Hello, hello. Welcome back. Stopping by the quarters for a little bit. Because I need to fix my face. Because of portrait 1. Oh yeah, I need to do all kinds of stuff there. I think I can handle that. Let's go copy over you. Oh, already getting started with the festivities, I see. Then I just need to open all of these with paint.net. And it should just work. So keep canvas size, and I don't think I have the option to center, so I'll just have to do that. And then make sure to do shapes, deselect, opacity, I need to overwrite. And make sure it's filled. There we go. Boom. Boom, and no. Boom. Then last one. Damn it. Why is it trying to select? Oh, because it's doing select all. Okay. Anyway, now I can just erase that, and that, and that. So save, save, save. And now no? Should be working. Weird. Anyway. Well, it probably needs like a restart or something, but that should do the trick. Anyway. Maeve, do you have anything new to say? Some anisect, enough dancing, no longer require personal servant, go to Denrock. Nope. No change. And we got roaches. My cyber. Oh yeah, I also need to fix up my ability panel. Oh, yeah. Oh. How to do this? Piercing resolution. Once per battle, from one round, all targets weapons attack, ignore enemies' armor. Alright, so I got Rattle and Slaughter, Purification, Discharge. Ignite. Inflame and orchestrate flames. That's my main attacks. Fire Mastery doesn't apply. Yeah, it's heroic stuff. Aside from piercing resolution, which I should put with the debuff there. Firearms, invigorate, regeneration, and warp speed. Get buffs, debuffs, and attacks. Raven stuff, purification, discharge, reactivate. Self-only effects, grovel and slaughter, and run and gun. Huh. Bonds of Pain when purification and discharge is used. Let's see, creature connected with the Cyber Raven. When this creature suffers the next instance of damage. Now 3% of the familiar's willpower of that damage. Or 1/3% of the, based on the familiar's willpower of that damage, up to a maximum of 100 will be dealt to all connected targets as mental damage. It's triggered, this effect is removed. Okay, so I would say trigger purification discharge. I should probably put that up there. And then smack him with ignite. Alright. Cool. Cabela, you don't really intend to use Anthar. Could use Cabela some more. Still have all these guys to respec, but I will do that at a more convenient time. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Frankly, I might want Heinrichs for Lord Xenos. Anyway, let's get this cleaned up, since Abelard is 100% going to be a part of my thing. Active abilities. Charge. Hey. Yeah. Absolutely. Brace for impact. Endure.
Hello.
Hello, Wool. How do? Company approach. Reckless rush. Daunting scream. Dealer, confident approach, reckless rush, daunting scream, wildfire. I think that's good.
Doing fine, working away in the jump-making mines.
Indeed. Such is life. I do hope you are making good progress. Anyway, you have a lot of abilities. So you are... Voice of command, bring it down. Let's go with the buffs up here, I think. Reveal the light. Glimpse of fate. For attacks, we got superstition and other. Meta reality down there. Or curse unleashed, held on my gaze. Notch of purpose. Point of curiosity. It's all good. Okay, that wasn't too difficult. Alright, Pascal, you have these random abilities. Shield Spirit Communion, Banishment. Hunt down the prey. Claim the bounty. Out of the trail. Tactical knowledge. Let's see. Analyze enemies. Expose weakness. Tactical knowledge. First spot is more along the lines there. Giant analysis. Out on the trail. Piercing shot. Claim the bounty. Cold hold. I'm not too sure how to organize you. Buffs there. Oh, recoils are just by half for one round. Whoa. So that's an attack. These are party buffs. It's a debuff. That's basically a debuff. So you can claim the bounty. Buff on next attack. Out on the trail to end turn. Buff on next attack. Debuff. Self buff. Attack. Argenta. All your stuff out. Gun. Wait, where'd all my stuff go? Okay, you're good. Don't know why my top bar went like that. Okay. Purification, discharge, and locate. Prevalent slaughter over there. Iron Arm and Warp Speed. Invigorate and Regeneration. I got Ignite. Orchestrate Flames and Inflame. Okay, holding. Let's actually move that there. Wrong way. So you got the party buffs, target debuffs, special thing, Attack. No attacks. Argenta. Actually give you those two down there as well. Effect on attack. Reckless rush down there. Attack. The other thing. Furious Recital. The self buff. Rapid fire and concentrated fire. Ella, you're a mess. Can't say I know exactly how best to use it. Oh yes, you got the Death Whisper. Killing Edge. Okay, Raining Blood. Let's see, Blood Oath doesn't spread any blood. Dance Macabre. You get Blade Dance, Death from Above. Blood Oath. You get Death Whisper. And for opening, Prophetic Artistry. Let's actually put the movement stuff down here. Captive Audience, next attack. And Elusive Shadow. God damn it. Why is it not saving my... Yeah, you're still good. You're still good. None of you got your whole thing. Got all the abilities. Got your charge. Death Whispers, Killing Edge. Dior for the self buff. Night. Let's see, Shield of the Emperor, War of the Emperor. Sword of Faith. Aim for the opening, break through. Use an attack. And that'll have to do. Now to reconstruct my own stuff. Again. Anyway, relocate, purification, discharge, and reactivate. What did I? Yeah, I did. Anyway, piercing resolution. Running gun on the other thing there. Harm, warp speed, invigorate, regeneration, and enfeeble, ignite, orchestrate flames, and inflame. Okay, there we go. That's active. Anyway, what the hell was I doing? Oh, I should probably also save to make sure all that work doesn't go to waste. Yay. Cool. Still there. Hello. I think it's having some problems. Anyway, let's get that whole repair going. Actually, load shift management. I should... or not. I guess I can just upgrade the RAM. Okay. Nice. Water torpedo tubes. This macro can. Yeah, I should probably go for... one of these. So, medium range, long range. Probably gonna go for the wider arc, higher damage. Better power shield generator. 10 more hull integrity. Focusing lens, firing range of lance weapons is reduced by 5, damage increased by 30. Macro cannon stuff doesn't really benefit me. So I guess I could just make the prow cannon all that much more powerful. Sure. And time to dig around on quests, see what we can do. That's doing stuff. We can go to the Terra Solar. Still need to go to Footfall. Footfall. Need to report to the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web somehow. So I guess I'm gonna pop out. And anything but that. Tear of Solar. Should be up here, yeah? QS. Yeah. Alright. Should have to... Oh, something happened. I did not read. Am I on my own? Hello? A natural silence reigns in your chamber. The dust motes hang frozen in the air before you, and the candle flames cease to flicker, and the two enforcers who came to check your quarters stand still as statues. All in stark contrast to the other silhouette, one that is utterly unlike anything else in the room. A massive, inhuman figure, forged entirely from dark metal, stands towering in the middle of your chambers. Despite your arrival, the uninvited guest's attention seems to have been entirely captured by the trophies on the walls of your study.
Interesting. Quite interesting. The only item of note in this worthless heap. But what is the genesis? The originating cause? A definitive answer would require more thorough research. But the testimony of even a primitive creature will serve. You. Where on the ship did this object come from? What do you know of its provenance?
As the figure turns to you and nonchalantly gestures towards one of the trophies on the wall. Which object do you mean?
This is testament to how the ancient enemies of my kind were defeated at the hands of your primitive people. Do you know how this object came to be here and why it occupies a place of such honor?
The giant points to a massive block hanging on the trophy board. That item belongs to my predecessor. She's dead.
And the transience of life forms like yours leaves the precious knowledge being carried off into the abyss of history yet again. I can see this is a dead end for further research. Since you have proven useless for my inquiries, I am ending this pointless conversation. Farewell, human.
Later, the strange atmosphere in your chamber dissipates. Frozen enforcers stir into motion once more. Exchanging bewildered looks, the bear hastily make the sign of the Aquila and haltingly mumble words of greeting, clearly ignorant of what has just transpired in these quarters. Okay. Oh, bird. Tell me what the future holds for us, Rochus. 3 stars, burning, burning, burning into one. Oh, no. The thing is, I should know that. I have actually covered that happening. It's like my character has literally discussed the happenings. Anyway, let's go and forge a course that way. Make it unsafe, as opposed to deadly. And travel. The tech priests. Slide the chamber into the vessel of the warp. Chart some new routes. Nice. Ooh, there's more. Let's go make that route safe. Pop on over there. Do a bit more charting. And now that one's relatively safe. Might as well get as much insight as we can. And head back to Terra Solar. Weird stuff happening as it does. To look into one of the Chapter 2 thingamajigs. Lord Captain, our augurs detected a faint emergency signal. The source was traced back to a crashed Valkyrie. Its Vox systems are still transmitting the message, transferring the signal now. The stream of hissing crackles out of the Voxcaster. From time to time, an exhausted male voice breaks through the interference, reciting a series of codes. These codes seem familiar. I think I recall what they signify. Although the codes being transmitted are centuries out of date, you're able to make sense of them. The Nestor Militarum Regiment is requesting assistance and reporting that retreat from their present position is impossible. Try to amplify the signal. Prayer from the dying machine spirit. For the dying machine spirits grants them the fortitude for one final act, and the voice becomes clearer. Mara of Penal Legion, the one who requisitioned us, Siberian von Valencius, is dead. We have no means of communication, not found in orbit. We've been abandoned. God Emperor, have mercy, claim us before the warp finishes us off. The Mara of Penal Legion, desperate thugs rounded up from the prisons of the hive world of Marov and Calixus, and commanded by brutal officer wardens. You've heard tales of these regiments. They were requisitioned by Siberian. A crucial detail. It's another trace of your ancestor. Special squad to the shuttle. The reconnaissance squad soon reports that they have located the crashed shuttle with a barely recognizable Astra Militarum insignia on the hull. After breaching the hull with las cutters, the reconnaissance force discovers the skeleton of the lone pilot. Judging by his injuries, he died long before the crash. The extracted Vox recording is delivered aboard your flagship, and when your servants, manage to restore it. In it, Private Ruben Kroshevach reports that the 32nd Regiment of the Marov Penal Legion, requisitioned by Siberian, was left without a ship and supplies on GH-89-717 after the perpetrator's death. The message ends with the phrase, "Atonement for the One." Baffled by the presence of an Astra Militarum Penal Legionnaire on an ancient shuttle, your squad returns to the flagship. One thing is now clear, however. The world where Siberian drew his final breath is close at hand. Erica. A rocky world with some plasteel. What is this? Zarkov. An expedition. And a fiery world. Love world. Dead. To Zarkov, then. Lord Captain, we've compared our augur readings to the data from the Dargonis Cogitator. This world is GH 89717, mentioned in the Diary of Siberian von Valancius. In the archives, this world is flagged as of no further value. What manner of classification is that? So long as the planet retains an atmosphere and at least a scrap of resources, such a write-off is a crime against the dynasty. Why, this is the very place that the unfortunate soul in the shuttle was trying to save. I fear that we'll find nothing but a graveyard down on the surface. We've detected strange signals on the surface, Your Lordship, requesting permission to conduct a targeted augur scan. Victus, direct the augurs to the region where the signals are detected. Lord Captain, there are hums of human activity. The planet is inhabited. Large concentrations of people are detected. Human-made structures, too, albeit crude ones. I rescind my words, Your Lordship. This world has just risen in value and gained some interesting prospects, says our dear Danrook. Wherever they are, prepare the shuttle for landing. By the time you reach the hangar, the shuttle has already been properly readied. A young pilot offers you a respectful bow and makes the sign of the Aquila in greeting. You proceed into the stifling passenger compartment that smells of sacred unguents and leather. The flight down into the planet proceeds as normal. This changes when the pilot announces atmospheric entry, beckoning your gaze toward the viewports. The shuttle glides through colossal roots and vines, which swathe the planet in a vast quivering mantle. Spellbound, you watch the movement from the pilot towards losing Vox contact with the flagship. And a heavy blow strikes the hull. With an emergency running, hold fast, Your Lordship. Hold mercy upon us. Let's go for this. Her skull feels like it's about to split under the pressure. The heartbeat letter, the agony ebbs, leaving behind only a haunting hum. It smothers your mind, stifling all reason and hindering your ability to think. Your gaze falls to the young pilot, who survived the crash and stumbled out of the wrecked shuttle after you. A wave of sickening fury suddenly swells within you. He's the one who lost control of the vessel. By willpower alone, you pull yourself together. Fury fades, sinking at the depths of your mind, leaving a lingering terror, an urge to flee, and the knowledge that such escape is impossible. Let's see, did you have any chance to see what attacked us? The pilot speaks through clenched teeth, fighting yours to shout. The movement on the port side, that's the last thing I saw, Lord Captain. Something massive, like a tree trunk, was either thrown at the shuttle or attacked us itself, Your Lordship. Research by the Magos biologists have confirmed the existence of flora classified as Perculum machinae majoris. Life forms of this category pose a serious threat to sacred transport vehicles and armored units. There is a 96.543% probability that such a species inhabits this planet. In the observed case, the probability of more than one species of the threat category existing stands at 85%. Of the shuttle can be repaired. Cast a bleak glance at the shuttle. I'm afraid not, Lord Captain. The ship requires recovery and the application of Adeptus Mechanicus repair sacraments. This can only be done aboard the flagship. We need an evacuation. Contact the flagship now. The rage on the pilot's face gives way to a look of panic as he realizes how he has just behaved in the presence of the rogue traitor. With a trembling hand, he reaches for the Vox augment on his head. After a moment, the man looks at you with hollow eyes. Lord Captain, all channels are nothing but static. I don't understand why. Everything is functioning perfectly. It's as if something is jamming the frequency. We cannot contact the flagship. According to the charts, there is a settlement nearby. Perhaps the locals will have a more powerful Vox unit. Address the retinue. Does anyone feel anything odd? As if something is pressing on your mind? Pascal registers both ultra and infrasonic frequencies. Theoretically, such emissions are capable of inducing deleterious effects on organic brains. It notes a peculiar noise that leaves no psychic trace. I suspect that prolonged exposure can lead to emotional volatility. It would be wise to monitor one's own state of mind and not give in to rash impulses. Argenta hurriedly whispers a litany from the Aquila over her chest. The righteous mind cannot be broken by the machinations of his enemies. Cassia says, such a tormenting sensation. Something is conjuring painful, angry hues at me, as if splashing crimson and black across my canvas and ruining it. Is this how those influence feel? Cassia looks more surprised than angered. Personal pact. I thought it was a struggle of the impact, like a hum or some kind of high-pitched screeching. It's a struggle with the think straight to keep from losing it. I apologize, Your Lordship. His face is sweating and shaking with tension. I'm heading towards the settlement. Perhaps the Vox signal will break through to the flagship from here. With your permission, Lord Captain, I'll remain here in case the Vox starts working or an evacuation team arrives from the flagship. Anyway. Mental shriek of the immense creature entrenched within Zarkov's depths. It awakens fury and clouds the mind. Anyway, let's make sure our main fighters are up front. Let's put a up too.
I'm restless.
Damn it.
We must act. Suits my purposes.
Remember, innocence proves nothing. Do I detect doubt in your voice?
Anyway, let's go pick up some assorted goods.
Doubt is for the weak.
Boom. Oh, there's way more. Small bits up there.
I'm always ready.
No. Argent.
The Emperor sets my path. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
And then pick up some goods.
It's about time.
Ancient buildings show signs of recent repairs. And this gargantuan root sprawl all the way to the horizon. Some of those deep within them are kind of the plants themselves. Saving. Flamers, oil grenades. Nice. Combat time.
Die, inhuman scum!
Okay. Cassia. We got growths, barricades, and pieces. Hello. There. Heinrich's gonna go over here, clean stuff up. Magenta, try to get a clear line of. They're shooting over here. What is gonna be? Cassia. We got some stuff. Let's go and load some stuff. Oh, first buff. Oh.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I will do my duty.
Oh, you can't come to. I'm gonna have to shoot that, aren't I? Right? Okay. Just I get that work.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent.
Let's go ahead and attract some attention if we can. Confident.
It will be done.
And
At your beck and call.
Cassia herself. Do a little ruthless stare. Over here. Now it's Argenta's turn. Good use of the fire. Yes.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
And just absolutely.
I'll do it. Eradicated.
Friends or foes? Friends. Oh, nice.
Doubt is for the weak.
Sword and gun. You get a little bit closer. And there's more stuff. Let's see,
Guided
reckless
by
push.
faith. As the Emperor commands, and purify.
Let's go and have you over back up here.
The enemies of the
thing off.
Emperor will be undone. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Carnivorous Swarm. Wow. Let's go into Revel of Slaughter. And Wildfire.
I'll do it.
Kill
Each
it.
strike is a prayer.
He just toss a fire grenade down there. That creates a burning area, so that's good.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Stay vigilant.
Those Moravian Guard. Already.
Try to die with grace, at least.
Heinrichs, how about you just...
Let's see to it.
Be gone.
No spawns? Let's get the mace and what else? That one, and there's another one hiding. Interesting. Throw the Emperor down.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Naturally.
Break through. So you can pull off a slash.
Nothing stands against me. I'm getting this one. But of course, Lord Captain.
Reduced to dust.
Seeming to appear out of thin air, people approach you with caution. Every one of them is scarred and wearing some kind of uniform. You notice that a few have crude prosthetics made of bone and wood. Their eyes are fixed on you, noting your every move. Orphean guardsman, a stocky blonde man steps forward, clad in a semblance of Astra Militarum armor made of tree bark. His burned, scarred face is frozen in an expression of surprise and slight bewilderment. I never thought I'd have this to say, but state your rank, occupation. Or, I never thought I'd have to say this, but state your rank, occupation, and reason for visiting this regiment's deployment. Last words sound rehearsed and unfamiliar, as if he's using them for the very first time, yet, upon hearing them, people around you grip their weapons tighter, and the blond man grows noticeably more confident. Abelard, present me. The seneschal clears his throat and adjusts his uniform. You were the presence of his lordship, rogue trader Azathoul von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Kuros expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. The moment your name is spoken, a change ripples through the crowd. Some are struck with awe, others turn white as ghosts. The man in front of you makes the sign of the Aquila. Sergeant Janur Batoshki, the 3rd Supply Platoon, the 32nd Murav Regiment. We are pleased to welcome you to Zarkov, your lordship. Janur stumbles slightly over those words as if recalling their sound as he goes. Pleasure, Sergeant Batoshki. It's both an honor and a joy, your lordship. We've waited so very long for your arrival. Truly, I never imagined I would see this day in my lifetime. How did the Moravians get here? Did you manage to traverse the Maw? Traverse what? We were born here. As for the details, you'd best take that up with the captain or the colonel. Something brought down my shuttle. I need assistance. I'm no help to you here. You need to head to the cage. It's our camp and the biggest outpost on Zarkov. Our capital, I suppose, or whatever you call large settlements. We'll go ahead to report your arrival. Just follow the trail. You can't miss it. You need to meet with the colonel. About to the regiment's quarters. March!
Data meditation is terminated.
Nothing to loot. Could be some way.
I won't tolerate weakness.
In his name, we hold unflinching
Based. We're surrounded by dozens of people dressed in what only vaguely resembles military uniform. Homespun cloth is overlaid with wooden plates, mimicking Imperial flak armor. These clothes are adorned with numerous trophies, pelts, bones, bark, and remnants of giant plants. Savages flaunt their scars and stumps, yet many are fitted with primitive prosthetics. From time to time, someone in the group bares their teeth like a beast, while others nervously grip their weapons. Sergeant General, Colonel Batoshki. Mission to report. General steps forward and gives a salute to the huge man who looks at you sternly. Third supply platoon deployed on a mission and found survivors from the downed flying machine. The leader of the group identified himself as Road Trader Von Valencius. Wait silently for them to continue. Colonel Batoshki scowls at you. His bright green eyes are bloodshot, and a low growl escapes from his teeth. I'm Colonel Izdrig Batoshki, 32nd Morale Penal Regiment. I welcome you to the cage, Air Siberian. The woman standing beside him bows, her single eye fixed on you. Her voice rings out, piercing the heavy buzz of the crowd. Have you come to renew our oaths, your lordship? Says Vedka Danuski. Donosky. Captain Quartermaster Donosky. Batoshki snaps his head towards her, and for a moment you imagine you hear the gnashing of fangs, as if a wild beast disciplines a member of its pack. The woman snaps to attention and salutes. Take a closer look at the crowd. There are some among the guardsmen cringing in pain, as if from a headache or twitching. These people look deranged, ready to snap into violence or dance in delirious joy at any moment. Their colors smeared, ruined, as if someone has defiled a painting, dragging a brush tipped in crimson brown across this still canvas. What else do you mean? The Captain Quartermaster meets the Colonel's eyes and steps forward. The 32nd Morale Penal Regiment was requisitioned centuries ago by rogue trader Siberian von Valencius. During an expedition to GH-89 717, which is now called Zerkov, the Lord Captain was lost in the woods. His retinue brought the final order, boarding the ship, and did not return. We've waited ever since. We've waited for you, your lordship. Batoshki's intense gaze presses against your chest with almost physical force. The first call up. Our predecessors swore an oath of loyalty to your ancestor, heir of Siberian, and intend to fulfill it one way or another. What is this final order you speak of? To hold the line until the arrival of the dynastic fleet. As you can see, we have succeeded. Your regiment serves Siberian. Tell me what kind of man he was. The greatest, Danovsky declares in a voice filled with the most profound conviction. We served your hallowed ancestor several centuries ago, Lord. We honor him for his deeds, but no one living knows him as a person. Something brought down my shuttle. A predatory grin cracks across the Colonel's heavy features. Some sort of huge overgrown vine? That was the drover. The hell thing is the whole cage under siege. Where did this drover come from? And what is it? And what does it look like? A vicious, colossal monster. It stretches its tendrils everywhere, ready to devour us. It's been this way for as long as I can remember. Batoshki's cheeks flush crimson, and he falls silent for a moment, waiting for the surge of rage to pass. And he speaks again, his voice almost calm. You're simple people. We need to know how to survive an encounter with the drover, and not to understand where it came from. Actually, I came here following the trail of my ancestor, Siberian von Valancius. Batoshki tilts his head like a beast before a pounce, yet his voice is surprisingly low and calm. Down below, beneath the outpost, lies his tomb. We don't go there. We don't want to disturb the memory of your ancestor. If you desire to visit the rogue trader, you're more than welcome. But the drover has entrenched itself right beside it, which means going there is certain death. Argenta regards the soldier with a bitterness born of witnessing a wound beyond healing. Voice is thick with sullen fatalism. It's unbearable to see these soldiers afflicted by one of the most foul and contagious diseases of imaginable. Fear. You do not catch it yourself, as it were. Something is wrong here. You people are this sick, Colonel? The Colonel grimaces and sweeps a furious gaze over his people. Under his glare, they flinch, straighten their backs, and nod. No, not sick. Not really. We're hanging in there. We can't open it. It's the drover, your lordship. Its cry is inaudible, but it's like a weight pressing down on your mind. It causes pain and nightmares and drives you mad. Anger, fear, anything is possible. If you give in, you lose control of yourself. Not long ago, one of us snapped a knife for a recruit just because he dropped his rations. I need to return to my flagship. Do you have a Vox station? Batoshki scratches his beard and thought. The handbook says Vox stations, as you call them, are for interregimental communication. My grandfather said he saw the casing of the last one on this world, but it would swallow it long ago. So we have no Vox station here. The personal comm bead isn't working either. Normally the flagship can reach me. Now there's some kind of interference. Our elders told us that back when we still had communications, the channel would go dead whenever the drovers were near. What was it they said? Because the machine spirits to sleep? That's it. So that means my goal is right under the nose of this drover, and while it's alive, I'll be stuck here with no communications. Well, right, Arrow Siberian. Quite right. The Colonel thoughtfully grinds his teeth while staring at me. Fine. I'll put an end to this creature. Be indeed worthy of the true heir of Siberian von Valancius, says Vidka. Danabsky's ringing voice makes Batoshki standing beside her wince. Did you all hear that? Von Valancius is with us now. He will slay the drover and do the trial match with the Colonel and accept our oath. The final order will be fulfilled, just as it was promised. Now, what is this trial and match? Regimental tradition, your lordship. To take command, one must beat the existing commander in combat. And that man is Drover. Very well, let's get this over with quickly. Take the lift down. It'll put you right outside that thorny bastard's lair. The Colonel exhales heavily, the air hissing from his lungs. His green eyes, clouded by a veil of rage, rake over your face, before suddenly softening. If you want to throw your life away from nothing, for nothing, I won't stop you. You can leave now. But if you have enough humility to take advice from a local, I'll be waiting for you at my quarters. Captain Donosky gives you a conspiratorial look. Welcome to Zorkov. Welcome to the cage. Please, your worship. I would ask for private audience. The welcoming ceremony is over. Regiment dismissed. Following Batoshki's command, the soldiers seem to vanish into thin air. Dozens of warriors can track her every move. Sergeant Chnor, Vedka.
Victory awaits!
No one has heard mention of the Merov Penal Legion in over 100 years. Even the oldest books in the von Valancius library consider them a legend forgotten by history.
Narrow yourselves to the fact that there are many things in the Promised Expanse that are unknown even to rogue traders and revenues. Says happens. Belongs with the shanties on the lower decks of a ship. To the sergeant. A large collection of crude aquillas made from bark, wood, and bone lie before the sergeant. Each varies slightly from the next. However, some clutch an Astra Militarum sigil on their talons. Others have the number 32 carved into their wings, while another group has one head depicted as a mechanical bird skull. Is there something you wanted, your lordship? You enjoy making things? Yes, your lordship. I carve things for myself and for the fellows, and sometimes I take commissions. Toys for volunteers, medals for awards, pieces to put on gun stocks. Sometimes I help with prosthetics. But I also do it for the pleasure of the thing. Magenta pulls off her glove before picking up an unfinished wooden figurine of a soldier. He's afraid of damaging it. She turns the toy over in her hands, her brow furrowed in concentration, and suddenly grins. Carve a smile upon his face, Master Craftsman. Let the children know that a soldier must be stern towards his enemies, yet merciful towards those he protects, just as you are towards these little ones. I'd like to know more about the drover. The drover is an ancient creature. Maybe there's more than one. Every once in a while, the damn thing comes out just shrieking, making us deranged. Who knows why it does it, but we do know. But what we do know is that it's holding everyone mad. Some people panic, some people get angry. It's different for everyone. Danovsky has ear protection, but they're the only pair, so there are no salvation. Will you tell me about your settlement? Of course, they are commanders soon enough, as it's only right that you should know. Can you tell me about Merov? Only from the stories of the old columns. People there are nothing but property, and minor mistakes are ground for imprisonment. Our regiment was once formed from such unfortunate souls. In short, it's a cursed place abandoned by the god emperor. Tell me about Zarkov. It's our home, your lordship. Everything here is either poisonous, predatory, or fragile. In short, anything that isn't trying to kill you is only pretending to be safe. But you get used to it, and then you learn how to make it, or how to use it. Poisonous? You can just use it for medicine. Predatory means it's edible. Hard to kill? You can probably use the skin for armor. Batushki and Danovsky are the senior officers here? They're commanders, not officers. It is different. The colonel, has been in charge of the regiment for over 10 seasons. You won't find anyone on Zarkov who's more decent or tougher than him. I once saw him covering a retreat from the fort wounded. 3 suckers for a mace latched onto him. Or from a mace latched onto him, but he didn't even blink until he got the wounded soldier to the cage. They say the suckers just shriveled up and died later. Captain Quartermaster Danovsky is the colonel's right hand. She's in charge of supplies, which makes her my immediate commander. She's a good sort, but she's a bit, well, out there. Jenner makes a vague gesture near his head. She believes that, now you've arrived, our lives will change overnight. Everything will get sorted, we'll head to the stores with you. That we get our atonement, we'll start eating off real plates. They used to sound like Commissar Claptrap, but now I don't know. I rather stick to my uncle's ways. Do you disagree with Captain Danovsky? I'm with Colonel Batushki on this. Lordship, there's nothing for us out there in the stars. We're born here, we must die here. The songs say our regiment used to serve as cover for the cleaner regiments, and rot in the mud for them too. Here on Zarkov, that's to know who and what I'm fighting for. So your direct commander is Danovsky, but you're a supporter of Batushki? Atonement for one is complicated. I do what needs to be done. I have no complaints against Vidka. Before your arrival, all this was just an excuse to babble. Besides, this druid's my uncle. He raised me after my parents died. Turning on him would be as bad as what the brother generals did. That'll be all. What does your platoon do? Well, officially we're a supply platoon. That is, we gather the resources the cage needs to survive. And each of us has to have some special skill, like knowing about poisons, making ammo, or recharging power packs for las weapons. We're supply troops, and that means we're the best of the best. How do you manage to manufacture ammunition in such conditions? There are these explosive flowers around. Their pollen works as a substitute for, what do you call it, Physaline? You've got to recite a litany of fury over it, and then mix it with some other stuff. We carve bullets out of bark and bones, either from our own dead or some huge creatures. It's trickier with shell casings, but sometimes you bore a hole through wood nice and clean. It depends on whether you recited the litany of fervent labor correctly or not. If you get it wrong, the bullets tend to misfire or even explode in the barrel. For the casings, we use something that burns easily but holds its shape. I think I saw some kind of coarse paper around here. That's a great idea, your lordship. The casing will burn on its own as long as you clean the barrel once in a while, and when we have time, we'll do some tests. Maybe the Captain Quartermaster was right. We should find new ways to serve the God Emperor instead of clinging to the old ones. I'm registering sacrilegious interference with the rights of servicing the gifts of the omnicide of the legacy. Act upon the cautionary servitorization of those responsible for the arsenals of keep. No, Pascal. Why would supply troops need to know about poisons? Plenty of poisonous medicines growing around here. But, your lordship, poisons can also be used as softening agents, medicine, all sorts of useful things. If you mix it right, you can even make sleep water. Sometimes we need it bad, especially after a rough few days in the roots. Is it that hard to recharge your power pack? Well, maybe it's easy for you, but you probably have some charging things back where you're from. But we don't have anything like that. But you can throw a battery on fire. There's even a proper name for the ritual, but I can't remember it. The problem is that sometimes the battery just explodes. It's risky, and the right ruins them eventually anyway. So once you know exactly where to put in the fire and how long to let it burn, they're valuable soldiers. See how this works here. Produces a barely audible sigh of sorrow, one that shifts into a quite inherent litany. Thank you for telling me this. I must take my leave. Vedka. The Captain Quartermaster tears her gaze away from the slab of fibrous meat before her. A black stone glints in her ruined eye socket. It's good to see you, your lordship. By your leave, I'd like to discuss the regiment's oaths with you. What is it you wanted to discuss regarding the oaths? Our oath of loyalty, your lordship. When you return victorious from the Drover's lair, Istrig is going to challenge you. I wanted to warn you. Colonel Batoshki will fight bitterly, and you should prepare well. I once saw him drench himself in Prometheum and set himself on fire before fighting 3 of the Drover's shoots unarmed. He's a fearsome fighter. Can anyone other than Batoshki swear the oath? You, perhaps? Her remaining eye widens, and while a thin translucent fluid trickles from the other ruined socket. Against the handbook, your lordship. It states one must never conspire against a commanding officer. Your words are a trial I will pass with honor by projecting. How do you suggest I prepare myself? Walk around the cage, listen to the people, work to understand us, and then you will know what to do in the trial match. I have faith in you, your lordship. A half-mad smile, that of a true fanatic, touches Vedka's lips. As I approached the camp, I heard a song. You mean the hymn of the lost, Lord Captain? By it we live, and by it we die. If you want to learn anything about it, just ask. I know it by heart. Its lyrics are not exactly cheerful. It reminds us that our survival is built upon the bones of the call-ups that came before, and that upon our own bones will our children grow. It speaks of our duty and of atonement. What is this tomb that it refers to? Deep within the roots are Xenos ruins. We do not venture there as a rule. It's a cursed place, a place of death. Betka's hand reflexively moves towards her missing eye, and she pulls back. There's a whole list of names within it. Thus, we honor our heroes. With each call-up, the song grows, line by line, name by name. It begins with the Sergeant Zarkov, the first commander to rise from the ranks of the common penal conscripts. He named this world in his honor. The greatest honor is to be enshrined in the lines of the hymn after death. Interesting. My thanks. What do you know about the regiment's homeworld? Merov is a world that has nothing but metal and throngs of people. Every one of them lives, serves, and dies in the name of the God Emperor. Our stories say the brother generals have turned their backs on his light, and now they do whatever they please to regiments like ours. I think some of these stories are exaggerated to strike fear into recruits. If we can serve the God Emperor among the stars, why concern ourselves with some brother generals? What is the connection between your regiment and my dynasty? Your illustrious ancestor, Siberian von Valancius, saved us from the terrible fate of obscurity and took the first call-up into his own service. He gave us good uniforms and weapons, and then there was the von Valancius gifts. There were. Stories passed down from our ancestors tell of how the road traders removed these gifts from his own body and offered them to soldiers who had proven themselves better than all the rest. These wounds made them even stronger. What did you say he removed from his own body? Augmetics, your lordship. In our song, it said your ancestor passed so many gifts that he could share them with others. Possessed so many of them. I don't know if this is true. The rogue trader supplied the entire regiment with prosthetic. But that the rogue trader supplied the entire regiment with prosthetics is certain. We continue his hard work as best we can, but demonstratively clenches her metal hand, which is tipped with claws of bone. Too many heroes support Batoshki? Yes, your lordship. Your arrival is bound to bring change, and few people are fond of change. Some believe that rejoining the Imperium will lead to trouble because of the regiment's history. There are others, like myself of course, who have no fear of meeting his servants. We look forward to the day we can return to serving humanity. These disagreements have never been anything more than a reason to chew the fat on the troll, but now... Regardless, all of us will soon will swear the oath. You can be sure of that. If anyone refuses them, we'll grant them final atonement ourselves. See, Argenta bestows upon the young woman a look brimming with genuine warmth. I was taught that true faith is most easily witnessed in the hour of greatest trial, and here it stands before me. Years of deprivation have not robbed you of your faith in the God Emperor, and the imminent oath of loyalty to his anointed shall be a worthy reward for this feast of the spirit. What can you tell me about Zarkov? It is a wall of terrors. Every living thing is trying to kill you. If it doesn't succeed, we'll certainly try again. The best thing we have here is our people. Zarkov has tempered us, prepared us for atonement and our oath, and perhaps the final order of your exalted ancestor. Whereas the final order of your exalted ancestor gave us purpose. It will be all, Captain Quartermaster. If you need anything else, I'll be here. Jenner told me you possess some sort of defense against the drover's cry. Yes, your lordship. Sound dampening ear mufflers. The handbook says they're designed for Vox operators, but we found a different use for them. They help us against the drover's cry, though they won't work well for long. They only delay the effects. Sometimes we put them on the more restless folks to ease their suffering. Simplicity of the design borders upon the primitive, yet the device fulfills its intended function. I register a degree of interest in material responsible for sound attenuation. Analysis indicates a local organic compound of vegetable origin. A more exhaustive study is recommended prior to the device's application. How do these even work? I wouldn't know, your lordship. Why should I? The handbook dictates that we put our complete trust and deepest reverence in our gear and armaments. These ear mufflers are from the times of the first call-up. We sheathe them with fabric and cover them with a protective sleeve to preserve them better. Let me keep your ear mufflers. I shall make do without them. You were checking your combat readiness. The superior officer may conduct an unplanned inspection of the guardsman's uniform and equipment at any time. Now I understand what that line from the handbook meant. I found a shuttle on one of the neighboring worlds. It contained a recorded message from a Moravian regiment. Shuttle apparently makes the signs of the Aquila. Their prosthetic, the sight leaves quite impression. God Emperor after so many centuries, Ruben Khrushchev of the 32nd Regiment's greatest hero, whom we remember as the departed. He boarded the shuttle the first call-up had discovered and went to the stars to plead for help. He knew he would die out there in the void. He only hoped that our plea would be heard. Let me see if I understand this correctly. One segment of this planet's populace exhibits all the hallmarks of heresy and defiance, while the other is busy canonizing any soul that crosses their path. Since blood, this report is going to be problematic. Criminal amusement colors Heinrich's voice. I wish to learn more about Zarkov. Provide the commander with comprehensive intelligence appropriate to the situation, so states the... Zarkov... You farewell, Captain. Virgin Luca. The makeshift hospital is a hive of activity. Here and there, the wounded moan with gritted teeth. A man wearing a chirurgeon's armband, a lieutenant's insignia, stands at one bed examining a patient, while a young assistant with the rank of sergeant rushes about. There's nothing we can do here. Sorry, Jovka. But your chances are slim. Lucas says Jovka taught half the regiment how to shoot. This guy got Emperor given talent as an instructor. Sergeant, this is part of our duty. We make a futile attempt to save one doomed man. We'll lose him a dozen other soldiers we could have helped. Toughen up. Look, I understand. Atonement for the one. Go and save some of the others. I'll just manage on my own. I don't want to be a burden. What happened? Drill Sergeant Onzej Jovka was struck by one of the drover's maces. We sutured the wounds from the spike, but he seems to have internal injuries. Give more time, we might find a way to help him. Okay. Servant of the God Emperor fought with valor and utter devotion. To prolong his suffering, he has earned the Emperor's mercy for his loyalty. Try to save the doomed man. 50% chance? failed. Your efforts are failed. You step away from the dead man on the bed and wipe the sweat from your brow with your bloody hand. And I can't move his body. Somehow he has chains. Woods.
None shall stand in my way.
So ancient non-functional augmentations have clearly become objects of reverence. Truly, the God Emperors reveal a miracle to me. The Siberian has opened the container. Weapon optimizer. Does it have no negative effects? No, it does. Stacks of Ferrum Sanctum. Based on the type of weapon used, the more Ferrum Sanctum you have, Melta and Plasma to do more armor pen. Bolter and solid projectile weapons have higher penetration. Lies and flamers have dodge reduction. Chain and primitive have parry reduction. Force and power have deflection negation, and exotic weapons have a chance to inflict random common negative effects. And the records of Siberian von Valancius. A sheet of paper covered in tiny handwriting. I, Siberian von Valancius, the God Emperor's anointed one, his instrument in the Cronus Expanse, and a tamer of all things Xenos, commit these words to vellum, lest I be lost to the heart of the savage world. The Colonel... Polish name, commander of the 32nd Marov Regiment, out of the Penal Regiment, to decamp and proceed to Dargonus, to surrender to the authority of the next scion of the dynasty. Together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and shield to my successor. My retinue is to assist the colonel and expend every conceivable effort in the search for my heir. Further instructions shall be left in locations separately agreed upon with the parties concerned. Huh. Where is he?
Easily done.
Judging by the drover shoots, this creature cannot have formed spontaneously. Thousands of years ago, someone must have been intriguing this development.
A new challenge for me?
Drover's growth through seed and bloom with your roots. Cook. Those standing before you look utterly spent. Dark circles ring their eyes, and their movements are jittery and frantic. Every sign speaks as people push to the very brink. Cage-born man. What's there to celebrate? Potentially he speaks the truth. They'll take us all and toss us into the grinder as cannon fodder. And what is there for us here? To chew on vine leaves and shake with fear? I'd rather die for the glory of the God Emperor among the stars. Soundless shriek lances through everything around you, setting your very eyes vibrating with other sockets. Fury, terror, and revulsion surge upward in a boiling tide from the depths of your consciousness. But the feelings break against the unyielding rock of your will. A woman with a bone plate over one eye draws a knife and moves to plunge it into the man standing opposite to her. Stand down, both of you. Get a hold of yourselves. You're guardsmen, for the throne's sake. Your words strike like a slap, and the one stares at their hands in horror and casts the knife aside. Come here, your lordship, the drover, that vile creature. Thank you for bringing me to my senses. Standard punishment for brawling is no less than 20 lashes for each participant. Essential wipes away the blood trickling from his nose and continues more quietly. But under the present circumstances, I believe some leniency should be shown. Forgive our people. We're simply afraid. The woman makes to leave, then hesitates. Listen, when you fight the colonel, try to strike him under the left ribs. A local beast got a hold of him once, tore a rib clean out. He took that rib back and used it to stab the beast dead. Now there's a weak spot there. Thought it might help you. Yeah. Crude copy of the Astro Militarum Handbook, the line is mangled by repeated rewriting. Hundreds of names are etched upon the memorial, and space remains
It's
for
about
thousands
time.
yet to come. I open Siberian stasis container. His logs are inside, and with them, orders for your regiment. Baker reaches out a hand, and then sharply shakes her head and lets it fall. God, Emperor is my witness. I very much wish to read those logs, but let us leave them with you until the oath take. I suspect they will serve you well during the swearing of the oaths. Oh, a thing. Drill Sergeant Hancock. Let's go talk to him. Drill Sergeant? Is that not the guy that just died? The shooting range extends before you, supervised by a massive man whose leg has been replaced with the construction of wooden bone. A few Moravians are firing at targets. Your Lordship, Emperor preserve me. You've honored us with your visit. Junior Drill Sergeant Dan Crash, I'm ready to assist you, Your Lordship. The firing stops as the soldiers turn and look your way. You are getting accustomed to frightened and inspired looks on their faces. Look closely at the training soldiers. They're all fit and strong, which is not surprising. Young and old, male and female, every one of them looks like they stepped straight out of an Astra Militarum propaganda poster. Their movements and stances look peculiar. Then you realize there's simply no flat terrain anywhere on the planet. Even the massive roots are covered in lumpy bark. Moravian's odd gait and slightly stooped posture are products of their constant effort to maintain their balance. Do you have a spare target? I'd like to learn shooting from you. What? You wish to join us? Of course, Lord Captain. You do us a great honor. You lot clear out, make room for his lordship. Encouraged by his attention, Dan Kosh launches into a thorough explanation of shooting in Zarkovian conditions. It's striking how much aptitude for instruction this near Pharaoh fighter had from a Forsaken World displays. As you put 5 shots exactly on target in a row, the surrounding Moravians erupt in cheers of approval. We call it the snap strike, Lord Captain. It's not about shooting or stabbing where the target is, but where it's going to be. Carry on with your drills, I'll leave you to it. It's an honor to meet you personally, Lord Captain. When you leave the shooting range, your departure is accompanied by respectful nods, shouts, and even friendly pats on the shoulder. It seems you've won over some of the Moravians. And now on to their commander. Izdrig, what's up? Batoshki watches you like a predator on the hunt. With a heavy sigh, he pulls himself together and crosses his powerful arms across his chest. Let's get one thing straight, Lord Hare. You're here to subvert our ways, take us to the stars. That's been foretold, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. This last statement ends in a deep, guttural growl. Izdrig leans forward as if ready to pounce, makes no moves. If you dislike me so much, why did you bother helping me? Because you're going out there to kill the drover. If you pull it off, its death will be a gift to the entire regiment. If you die, my advice helps you wounded first. Then at least we'll have a chance to finish it off later. I opened Siberian's stasis container. His logs were inside, and within them, orders for your regiment. With all due respect to your most holy ancestor, his orders are of little use now. Keep them. After all, it's your legacy. I found a shuttle in this system. It contained a recording of a distress signal that came from the regiment. The colonel nods thoughtfully, shrugging his shoulders. The first call-up, second decade, our ancestors found a flying machine somewhere. They decided they needed to make their presence known. So one soldier got in and flew off to transmit a distress signal. No one ever heard from him again. His name is Ruban Kroshkevich. His name is written on the memorial wall. I wish to know more about the drover. That thing is ancient and huge. My great-grandfather saw it in the roots way back. We've known about it for ages, but this is the first time it got this close. Let's see. What should we expect from it? It keeps this weak spot out of sight among the roots. It's almost impossible to get there, unless you make it angry enough that it comes out first. So first you'll have to deal with its armored shoots. There are different kinds of them, and we've given them different names based on how they act. Barricades, mazes, growths, and flowers. Tell me about mazes. Janur tells me you've seen them already. You recognize it at once. It's a long vine with thorns on the end. The colonel bears several ugly scars on his arm. It carves you up deep, and it'll bleed you to death before you can blink. The creature can also spit its sucker at you. One slip up and you'll be a shriveled husk. If you manage to hack it up good, it'll try to dive back into the roots to regrow elsewhere. But there's a trick to it. Catch it with a burst of fire, and the mace loses its nerve and stays put. Barricades, it doesn't sound very apt. They're not dangerous in themselves, but the drover uses them to block a path. They're thick and dense. Watch yourself when you're smashing them. They're bristling with thorns. Strike the wrong way and you're sure to get skewered. And you have to hurry. Any cuts on it heal quickly. Isdrug holds out his palm, displaying a scar from a wound that went right through. Clearly the work of one of those thorns. What are the growths? Like a bunch of abscesses they are. They ripen red on the roots. And then a swarm of carnivorous midges bursts out. Smash the growth early, and otherwise more of the bastards will hatch. A web of small bites on the man's shoulders, and looks the size of the insects. Flowers. Sounds harmless enough. Deceptively so, I assume. Batoshki smirks, bearing a shin hideously scarred by an acid burn. It spits gobs of caustic sap. Anything they hit gets sizzled. It also sprays pollen for some reason. It seems harmless itself, though. But if you see a flower dissolve into a puddle of acid, don't think it's safe for a second. It's just another trick. Wait a while and that flower will be back up again. You said the shoots are armor. The drover inserts its growths and maces into old bones and wears them like we wear clothes and armor. There's a trick to it. Fire makes the drover tremble, and that makes the growths either break their armor or shake it off. Isdrug makes a dismissive motion with his hand and scoffs. And no, I didn't get any scars from the armor. And you killed the creature. As I said, the drover hides itself in a tangle of roots. It will only come up if you chop down a whole bunch of its shoots. But here's the thing. No one's ever been able to kill it. Usually it just runs away. But we don't have weapons like yours. So it fears fire. Don't you have incendiary weapons? I got a couple of hand flamers. The colonel fixes you with a fierce glare, but nonetheless unclips a pair of hand flamers from his belt. Here, weapons of the first call-up. Rare and precious. When your time comes, detonate them before you die. Thank you for the advice. He simply grunts in response. Guts mean nothing to give. You fought it. A long time ago, I'd just become colonel. Out it came, not very close, but still close enough to be a problem. It almost gobbled up one of the outposts. My father and I took a squad and went out to attack it. They all perished, and my father took our remaining grenades and leapt into the drover's maw. The beast ate its fill and slunk away. I should have found my atonement there, but I made it out. If I hadn't been exposed to so much of its poison as a child, I would have died there. What is that thing anyway? Where did it come from? Who knows? It's not really a beast, more of a weed, though it shows more wit than your average recruit, and the way it uses bones. And it's always popping up here and there. We even got legends about this thing. Is there any way I can prepare myself for its poisons? The colonel raises an eyebrow and looks at you with a grim amusement. We prepare while we're still recruits, but you can try the rot extract. But it'll be really foul. Even if you don't give your soul to the God Emperor, your body still might not adapt. What is this rot extract? We brew it from those killed by the drover's poison. If you're not so badly poisoned that you die, or wish you'd died, then for a while all kinds of poisons won't be any more dangerous to you than water. If. I characterize the described method of increasing resistance to toxic substances as deleterious and unsuitable for application. Recommendation: avoid profane methods of bodily fortification. Very well, it's worth the risk. Batoshki nods and barks out a few orders. Sergeant Chirurgeon soon appears, the flask and a cup bearing the crest of the Astra Militarum. After waiting for the colonel's nod, he pours the contents of the flask into the cup. A heavy odor of rot permeates the air. Your lordship, not having second thoughts, are you? You know, it's normal to give a toast first. Well, as we say in our regiment, to your good health. Batoshki watches as you tip the contents of the cup down your throat. Almost instantly, liquid flame spreads through your body. Pain pierces every nerve. It begins to slowly recede as your body adapts. A large tremor hits you, and sweat instantly soaks through your clothes. You're not dead, at least, my lord heir. That's a start. I have to give you credit for courage. That's not some commissar claptrap. The humming noise, the pain that comes and goes, is that a result of its cry? Toshiki silently claps his hands twice, applauding your quick wit. Thank you for sharing your experience, Colonel. Whatever you may think of me, I won't send someone to be butchered just for a laugh. Questions regarding your world. The Colonel's grumbling. In the Colonel's grumbling, you think you catch a hint of approval. Tell me about the 32nd. What exactly do you want to know? I've got a from command here, how are ranks appointed? In the first call-up, the rank of Colonel was a lifetime post. He granted all other promotions and demotions unilaterally. The rank passed to his son, and then his grandson, who turned out to be a weakling. The others slit his throat, and the strongest and most cunning of them took the Colonel's position. He set the rule that if you want a promotion, you prove your worth. You fight the trial match against others with the same ambition. The same for every rank. If you're aiming to become a sergeant, you head into the roots with the other candidates. If you make it back, you earn the rank. Is that how you became Colonel too? Yes, only we didn't go to the roots. We settled it all right here in the cage. 6 of us went to fight. I was the only one left. If they all hadn't swarmed me, I might have spared some. Not the worst way to take power, I suppose. Less destructive than a rebellion, at least. That's what I'm saying. A rebellion endangers many, but the trial match is atonement for the one. Tell me about the Merov Regiment, Colonel. A lot's been forgotten. It's not like our regiment is mentioned somewhere in the handbook, if you catch my meaning. Isrog digs a hand into his beard, abruptly yanking out our wriggling stock. We came from Merov. It's the kind of place where the brother generals are constantly looking for an excuse to statue up and throw you into a penal legion. You breathe the wrong way or say the wrong thing, welcome to the service. As the stories go, there are plenty of these brother generals, more than enough to claim every decent soul. They treated their troops like toy soldiers, wasting their lives for sport instead of the God Emperor's cause. Occasionally, they sent them to the stars. But of course it was just to serve as shields for other regiments. The first call-up, our ancestors, were made up of just such unfortunate lads who ended up on the brothers' hands. In the brothers' hands. Isn't your regiment a little small for you to bear this rank? Matryoshka gives a vicious grin. Here in the cage, we don't even have half a company, it's true. Though you haven't seen the whole lot. Some have been cut off by the Drover's siege, and others I've stashed away just in case. Still, we have plenty of smaller outposts scattered across the world, transit points for hunting units, and all kinds of other strongholds. So even if we all die here by the God Emperor's will, the rest of the regiment will live. What's your connection to my dynasty? An expedition. Matoshki grins crookedly as he says it. The first call-up was requisitioned by Siberian von Valencius. I don't think they complained. Better than serving as human shields for other regiments. Your ancestor was a great man. Our soldiers still carry the tales of our campaigns at his side. Then we were stranded here. The road trader vanished into the roots, leaving us with the final order: hold this world, and hold it we did. I see, let's talk about something else. I want to know more about Zarkov. This is our home, bitter, wild, and deadly, just like us. I agree, the environment isn't exactly welcoming here. Huge creatures of some kind once inhabited the world. They all died out. The roots shot up after that. You often find a skull right in the middle of a root, or a vertebra the size of 3 men. It's clear as day. The roots have grown right through them. There are virtually no animals, but every type of plant life imaginable, and all of them try to kill humans. The drover is just another tree, or a flower, but the nastiest of them. There's also some ruins, not made by human hands. We rarely go there. A decent man has no business in such a place. Ask Dunaski. When she was up for her promotion to Captain Quartermaster, she led an expedition to those ruins. You have your own unique dialect here, it seems. Would you care to translate? The sayings, you mean? Atonement for the one comes from an old tradition that if the whole regiment perishes except for one, then all that person's wrongdoings are forgiven, and eternal and faithful service to the God Emperor awaits them. But atonement takes many forms. Commissar Claptrap means lies, because our forebears never got any good from those deceitful, tempting spirits. And if you want to know the rest, you should ask Vedka. Distortion of the Imperium's immutable laws always begins with the little things, such as these beliefs in tempting spirits without a proper understanding of the consequences of such words. The interrogator smiles coldly at the now wary Isdrig. Colonel, I heard a song as I approached the camp. What was it? It was the Hymn of the Lost, the song of the old call-ups. It holds the answer to why we're here and what we're meant for. So we remember the fallen and mourn the living. As for the tomb, well, it's just a local horror story. Talk about something else. I've satisfied my curiosity, Colonel, and that will be all. Okay. Next is going down to deal with the fun, but before that, I need to be.
Follow my lead.
I will be back shortly. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go put down a save for the thing. Go after the drover. So I got a couple pyromancers. Use this flavor. I'm going to be making good use of Argenta here. Cracking twigs, or of twigs, heralds the approach of people. Daenerys appears just as suddenly as the first time you met. Apparently the sound that gave him away must have been his version of a polite word. I barely caught up with you. You're obviously in a hurry to meet the God Emperor, your lordship. Colonel Batoshki decided to send a few of us to help you. Here we are. Why would the Colonel decide to send reinforcements? Well, you did right by us in the cage and showed what you're made of. I reckon... Does my council actually help with anything? Anyway, I reckon the old man believes you actually stand a chance against the creature. Must have earned a bit of his respect, I suppose. Oh, yeah, the thing with the stuff. Okay. That's why he said he needed volunteers to support your lordship. So here we stand. Well, it's good you're with me. Let's go and finish this thing. No vantage point where we can look at the rover and plan our attack. It's right here. That abomination is a testament to how Xenos influence twists and defiles the very nature of all things. In the light of the God Emperor, thorns strongly serve as protection for fragile blossoms. But here, with Xenos involved, these barbs pierce the earth and drink its vital humors, not for the sake of life, but for the sake of desolation. There it is, the drover. Hefty beast. There are two ways down from here. That way leads straight to a flower, an abomination that sprays out poisonous clouds, and the other leads to a growth that swells and spews flesh and flies. Which route do you want to take? Or want me to take? Where are you to deal with the growth? That's for sure, your lordship. Done for the one. Let's go. Let's move. Almost silently, the guardsmen disappeared into the forge, taking up attack positions, and glance around again, preparing for the final push. So that's here. Fire grenades and oil grenades. Whoa. This rust-eaten Valkyrie with the emblem of the 32nd Northern Regiment is at least several centuries old. Let's leave them to deal with it. So let's handle the flower ourselves.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
Lord. Prepare to do some stuff down there. Argenta. And I will leave the rest over here. Let's get Lord of Emperor up.
For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Most of it. Okay, our Jensen is next. And then it's that one, so. So that should increase my damage.
The Emperor is on our side.
I can do that.
Nothing stands against me.
Argenta, where the... Can you get all of them? Yes, you can. So let's go a devastating attack. Guns
I'll do it.
Fire.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
So finishing off the mace.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
I've done what we can.
Weapon at the ready.
You'll regret this.
Cassio's turn. Huzzah. Let's get into something resembling cover. Structure vision, so.
Do not dare ask.
Out of sight. A lot of line of sight. But you can make some progress with more stuff. Can you see? Yes, you can.
If I may, as duty demands.
A little stair. Can't finish off that. You can do some good damage on the plate.
Death to the heretics!
Ask. I was about to go here. Perfect spot.
My vow is to serve. Running binaric override.
Machines for premium. Yes.
Request approved. Significant value. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Here's some show. Okay.
My vow is to serve.
It's
The Museion knows all,
how does that know?
comprehends all.
And I can just do this. And I'm gonna seriously hurt.
Already done. Not a problem, Form. You don't stand a chance.
First,
Suits
make sure
my
that thing is
purposes.
burning.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Orchestra flames.
Nothing I can't do.
And
All
didn't
too
fire.
easy.
Ooh, electrocuted bird.
Suits my purposes.
Can't quite do anything with bird. Let's go with feeble.
Already done. I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Of course it did. Thought it would be us in its place, your lordship. We'll return to the camp.
I
Once we
tire
go.
of idleness. Let's move.
Nice. Look around for Siberians. Okay, so what am I looking at? AP increase, yay! I don't need to think. That's just a bit more AP.
An expected result.
Chain of crystals. Plus 10 bonus to lower warp. Whenever the wearer hits a demon or a psyker first time in combat, the target suffers a penalty to willpower and perception, and 1 less psi rating until the end of combat. Non-stacking. Could be nice.
See? Right there.
Tattered journal. This primitive journal is assembled from processed leaves and was covered in text scrawled in an uneven hand. During a quick perusal, you notice several entries without dates. Vedicus isn't a psyker, a cursed one, like in old legends. When I learned the truth, I wanted to end it all on one last mission, but Vedka said the God Emperor had a different design for me. The handbook says that psykers can reach out to other worlds. I must try. Atonement for the one for me. I'm trying. The God Emperor is my witness. I am trying. I draw the symbols I see in my dreams. I scream without words, but there is only silence in return. I thought it would be simple and easy. You call out, someone calls back. But I've waited 20 nights for by the campfire now and nothing. Vedka says, comes by sometimes to encourage me. She said the next time she would bring something special. The extract worked. I'm not sure what Vedka put in it, but I fell asleep almost instantly. In my dreams, I heard the call, a scream, a howl, a song at once. It answered my pleas, it heard me. All this time I'd been doing it all wrong. But there is no atonement, not for any of us. No one will answer us from the stars. Saying in my dreams came at my summons. It's the drover. The creature Isdrig warned us about. It's getting closer, slithering towards me, reaching out with its growths. I should have left when I learned I was a psyker. Vedka, if you read this, damn you. It was you who gave me hope. You who made me scream into the void, who brought the drover to the cage. Only one thing remains for me now, to try and kill it before it reaches the cage. My final mission. Let's see, partially decomposed human body is considerably disconfigured, but you can still make out the signs of mutation on its rotted face. Warp neutrality. Immunity to warp damage inflicts a penalty to fellowship. The user cannot deal warp damage until the end of combat.
I rise to the occasion.
Symbols on the ground hold no sorcerer's power. Greater attempted to invoke both the God Emperor and the forces of warp, but was ignored. So how to do either. Thicket Slayer, Flamer. 2 special area attacks with different areas of effect. How is that compared to what you've already got? Where is it? Flamers and flamers. I suspect this new flamer isn't going to be any better. Yeah. Okay. This is something I was supposed to be doing back in Chapter 2. Now we get to Siberian's tomb. The air is suffocatingly thick with the spicy scent of spores. A modest-looking sarcophagus stands before you. At its base rests a desiccated corpse, clad in robes and bearing an insignia. Inspect the body. A cluster of flowers has bloomed across the remains of the agent of the Golden Throne. Having literally drained the last of his life fluids, miraculously unscathed, Vox's scribe rests within his inner pocket. Most of the message catalogued by the machine spirit have long since been erased from his memory, save for the last. Acolyte Watcher, Temple Cell. Attention from the locals has been avoided. We lost Acolytes, Keykeeper, Oculus, and Dusk. Bastion Cell has ceased all contact. Void Cell has gone in search of Bastion. Search of the subject's suspected burial site yielded no results. No body was found. It appears it was never buried. No traces of heresy requiring cleansing. We continued to search for traces of Siberian von Valancius and to purge possible new traces of his heresies. The next marker is in the Xeno ruins of the coordinates recorded in the Vox scribe's memory. Siberian reportedly surveyed them shortly before his death. Inspect the sarcophagus. Your ancestor's final resting place is so simple that it would be an affront to the tastes of any rogue trader. Open it. Small plants clinging to the sarcophagus stab with soft, wet squelches as you move with a surprisingly light lid. Inside, you see nothing but a gaping hollow. Neither your ancestor's body nor his legendary sword lie in the sarcophagus. Leave the fake tomb. Now it's over here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Pneumatic Assault Grapple Mark 1 and another missile pattern. Back up to the cave we go. Come on, another one. The Moravians surrounding you seem tense. Although you no longer feel any pressure in your head, you still seem to be suffering from the lingering effects of their drover's screech. Izrig Batoshki fixes you with an expectant look. The drover is dead. We know, heir of Siberian. As soon as it died, we could all breathe a little easier. There in the depths, I discovered a corpse. Batoshki watches you expectantly, like a beast quelled this spring. The captain, quartermaster's eyes widen in terror. Her lips silently mouthing, "Don't." Let's see. I feel like we elected them to be... It's a hand of the journal. He was a psyker. Vedka was trying to get him to send an astropathic message. Izrig grinds his teeth with a sound that sends a shiver down your spine. He keeps his heavy gaze fixed on your face, and he addresses Janovsky. Captain Quartermaster Vedka Danovsky will speak after this. Speak of this after the trial match in private. You see Vedka swallow the lump in her throat, barely managed to choke out, as you command. As it turns out, the Inquisition was on Zarkov, discovered their bodies. What new blight is this? Wait, that word sounds familiar. There's songs about the God Emperor's secret servants, but we were never able to recognize them. But we would never have been able to recognize them, but why? They're dead. Batoshki cuts her off. What is dead is no longer a threat and can wait. We have more pressing matters. I presume this isn't a ceremonial visit. Batoshki looks gravely at you and then nods to himself. The time has come to renew our oath. We're going to the square now, and under the presence of the fallen and all of my people, we shall face each other in the trial match. Abelard studies Batoshki's face intently. A curious tradition. I trust you are fully aware of what will happen to you and to your entitled penal regiment should the rogue trader von Valancius suffer so much as a scratch. Captain Donowski nods to you and then turns to the people gathered around, as though von Valancius, heir to Siberian and our rightful ruler, has proven himself by slaying the drover. If a seed of doubt still lingers in your heart, it's time to tear it out by the roots. Watch! Let's settle this cleanly, shall we, Batoshki? We'll see about that, heir of Siberian. I don't want you dead, but I'm not going to hold back. A dense ring of people surrounds the platform, suspended by chains. No one shouts any encouragement to you or the colonel. In grim, solemn silence, the Moravians keep their eyes on you and Batoshki, armed with traditional knives. Captain Quartermaster Dinovsky's voice rings out crisp and clear as if on parade. For centuries, we have awaited this moment, hoping to witness it, and now we are here. We have survived from the first call-up unto our own. Tell us, your lordship, do you revoke the final order of your most holy ancestor Siberian? Let's see. And Siberian's records over to Vedka. It is not I, but Siberian himself who revokes it. The only guardsmen, written by the hand of Siberian von Valence himself, together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and a shield to my successors. The crowd's roar swallows her final words. The grace of a predator. The colonel rolls from heel to toe. Shall I have some fun, your lordship? Seize the moment to use the Zarkovian combat technique. The colonel moves smoothly, precisely, hiding a potential strike with every move, but you're one step ahead. As he lunges forward, he finds your blade already waiting for him. Batoshki circles you, looking for a weakness in your defense before striking. He remains utterly indifferent to the blood flowing from his wounds. No coercion or persuasion. As the von Valancius, who has descended from the stars, standing before us right now, fighting for the right to command the 32nd Mirov Regiment. Vedka's voice rings out of the crowd. Tell us, your lordship, what use have you for us? Let's try persuasion. Together we shall go to the stars and defy the terrors of space for them. Much like you, I have no other choice. Moravians exchange nods and cheers, but the Captain Quartermaster casts a wary glance at you. Your eyes catch the glint of Batoshki's blade, coated in something greenish. Connell has used the moment you spent answering Janowski to coat his weapon in poison. Dodge. The last moment you dodge, Batoshki's knife only tears through your clothes. Force you go back even further. Instinctively, you pour more strength into your next attack as you straight reach for your opponent. Your counter-attack hits Batoshki square in the chest. The other men would have held in pain, but the old captain only lets her recipe snarl, marring the bloody froth on his lips. So we'll go to the stars. What will you give us there? Beyond this world, as though von Valancius, Vedka's voice cracks. I shall give you new ways to serve the God Emperor. Did you hear that? Serving the von Valancius dynasty promises us new feats of glory. Donowski's voice echoes between the ramshackle buildings. Eyes turn to you, full of admiration. His drink spits blood. Now you understand. And snarls. Now you understand why he resisted the drover's screams with such ease. The howl of the beast in his mind is far louder. With a roar, he lunges at you, locking you in a crushing embrace. The knife slips from your hand, clattering across the floor. Find the pressure point under the colonel's left ribcage and press down hard. Pain racks his body. For the first time he screams, wildly, furiously, frantically. His grip loosens, his blood gushes from his wounds. The colonel's strength fails him, and he drops heavily to his knee. Whatever force drives him, it still keeps the old beast from falling. He has no strength left to continue the fight. And yet he rises. He draws himself up to his full height, standing rigidly to attention. Blood-streaked and broken, he salutes you. The trial match is over. I, Isdrig Batushki, step down as commander of the 32nd Marov Penal Regiment. It's up to you now, your lordship. The colonel's body slumps to the floor. Silence falls over the platform. See, the trial match is over. It's time for the oath. Your orders, Commander. Tears glisten in Vedka's remaining eye. Captain Quartermaster, call for formation. Captain Donosky nods to you. 32nd Marov Regiment, to renew your oaths to the Von Valencia's dynasty. Fall in. I'm a warrior in defense of his dominion. I am sword, shield, and hammer of the Imperium. Transgressions shall be atoned for in his service. Before his gaze, I swear to be true to my oath and vow, to hold fast to my courage in the face of all enemies of humanity, and to unflinchingly meet my death. And until Holy Terror calls me home, as the full Von Valencia shall be his voice, until the God Emperor speaks otherwise through the mouth of the Adeptus Minister. So, he call-ups later, and here it is, the oath as written in the handbook. Our regiment has found its purpose and returned to duty. Remains is for you to decide, your lordship. What to do with Zakharov and our regiment? From now on, Zarkov is a colony of the Von Valencia's protectorate, and it's time to appoint a governor. The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, waiting one of the first appointments in centuries. Choose someone who did not wish to leave Zarkov. Such a person would take care of their home better than anyone else, I'm sure. It will be done, Lord Captain. I shall need a commander for the Zarkovian troops. The position of Archmilton also happens to be up. The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointments in centuries. Well then, Donosky, are you ready to go to the stars? I cannot, your lordship. Forgive me, I was wrong. You helped me see that I have no place in the world beyond the stars. I should stay. Someone has to uphold the handbook after all. She loves her head. Then again, I don't think I'm quite familiar with this. Aww. My enforcers are dependable. The same cannot be said of you. There's a painful look at Donosky. She looks lost, staring at nothing with an unfocused gaze. Turn on your vox. All matters have been settled, and this audience is over. Victus, send the shuttle. Victus's voice is interrupted by static, but you can still make it out. Lord Captain, you're alive! The extraction team is already on its way to search for you, transmitting your coordinates to the shuttles. Yay.
Victory awaits.
So, Vedka, what's up? The colonel said you know something about the Xenos ruins deep in the roots. Vedka pales, yes. A large quantity of this pollen intended to blow them up. Sure, you might be daring. Blow them up, alright. A shard of black stone took my eye in return. I tried to dig it out, but couldn't. Not a knife nor a needle would do. I grew used to it in time. You know, he speaks of it matter-of-factly, but you know, understand the scars around your eyes are mostly self-inflicted. Now the roots have grown over the Gone over the whole thing. Whether the drover worked its will, or Zarkov itself hungers to devour those cursed ruins, that will be all. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Sergeant Janor. Nothing new. Huh?
None shall stand in my way.
Off we go back to the forge. And we have a new colony. Hell yeah. With everything else completely built up, I wonder how quickly I'll be able to build up this one. Colony management. Do I need to pop out to Cronus Expanse map? Terra of Solar. Oh, yep, there we go. Pop down, and we also have a search expedition. Old Blood. Xenobiologist chapter, Planetary Sutures, or Crucible of Zarkov. Survival of the fittest, damage over time, effects inflicted by me are increased by half of my willpower bonus. Ooh. Void ships shall fill their holds with the dregs of the Protectorate and offload them onto Zarkov. In this crucible of the human spirit, we shall burn, the weak shall burn, and the strong shall be purified and tempered, joining the Rogue Trader's elite forces. Planetary sutures, like gargantuan roots, have disfigured the face of Zarkov, tearing the planet apart from within. Within the Rogue Trader's manufactorums, titanic braces of blessed adamant shall be cast. They shall bite into the planet's severed flesh and reseal it, restoring its primordial form. The toll for a unified Zarkov shall be paid in the years of destructive earthquakes. The component alloys, plating on the void ship's starboard and port, will be increased by +2. We get some profit factor. And Xenobiologist Chapel. The Genitors of the Explorator Fleet request permission to study Zarkov's xenoflora. By granting the Genitors resources and land to erect chapels in the Xenobiologists, the Rogue Trader shall master the secrets revealed within beneath their vaults. Getting me some explorators. Don't I already have that maxed out? If I do, I'm not going to be too concerned. Should be transportation of some goods. Not quite maxed out. And actually, let's see. Heretic trophies, yes. Some holy gifts. Give you some Mechanicus creations. Those are worth a decent amount. Smiter, bag of stimulants. The sector's advisor. Advanced heavy star. Electromechanical converter. Portable deflector. Do still have quite a while to go. The Pyre. Ghost Town uses willpower for dodge tests instead of agility. Ooh. Whenever dodge an attack, gain psi rating until the end. +1 psi rating until the next turn. Free psi card navigator power used by the wearer's ally deals additional direct damage to all enemies in combat equal to the ally's resolve. Huh. You know, that might be really, really good. Anyway, but yeah, I've been really nice to the Mechanicus, so Zarkov gets... Oh! Oh, look, spectacles. Security efficiency, complacency, some mechanisms and weapons. Survival of the fittest will just be really good. Hmm. Private. Xenobiologist. No, actually, Zarkov is a death world. So, yeah, Crucible Zarkov. Also get me certain fittest, improving my damage over time. Damage. Alright. Also a search expedition. You command the search for the Xeno ruins located at the coordinates in the Vox scribe found near the sarcophagus, yet the augurs failed to penetrate the tangle of the colossal roots. The coordinates are indeed correct. It can only be confirmed by sending scouts. The scouts report a lengthy search for a safe passage of the given coordinates. The predatory Xenoflora greets these uninvited guests with poison and thorns. The Vox scribe speaks true. Deep beneath, nestled at the base of the roots, lie bizarre xenostructures. Alas, gaining entry has proved impossible. The entry of the Xeno ruins is entangled in roots so dense that even a melta charge has failed to breach them. You command the Governor Zarkov to clear the thickets blocking the path, while you're to the site where your legendary ancestor perished. All I can do now is wait. Wait 5 factotums delivered clues. Anyway, time to seek out the other thing. Portus Porta. What's in here? A lot of stuff. Forced order business, work in. Got ourselves a snow world. Some fuel. And provisions, which I have a whole lot of. Yes, giant by the looks of things. Yay. The planet riddled with huge tunnels resembles an anthill of gigantic proportions. Even looking down at the eerie landscape chills the blood. Ship's loggers don't detect any signs of life on the surface. Scan the planet. The entire surface of the planet is a lifeless gray rock, but the atmosphere is breathable without a void suit. In some deep tunnels, strangely shaped chalky sediments have been found. Send an expedition. Scouts wander through the huge empty tunnels for a long time, sending infrequent and mostly uneventful reports back to the bridge until communication with one of the first groups is cut off. The Vox simply can no longer pick up the right frequency. Dispatched an armed squad to the missing group's location. The armed soldiers nearly shoot the missing team members who come out to meet them. They also report that inside these tunnels are the remains of a camp, apparently belonging to an Imperial expedition. Grav core circuit, huh? User gains +1 anti-grav charge for each cell they move. When the number of stacks on the user becomes agility bonus, all of them are removed and they gain 1 stack of potential energy. The user cannot suffer crippled leg effect. See, several kilometers ahead. The tunnels are filled with time-worn fortifications and ancient weapons and equipment as fragile as glass. Scouts are surprised to find several hastily assembled stone barrows. People who spent time in these tunnels have probably already found everything they wanted, buried their dead, and left the planet. Okay. Neat. And our cash. Huzzah. You know what, might as well pick up those provisions. Or recall correctly, I now actually have a income of extractiums. So we got the Atlas Reach. Well, there's some other stuff yeah, down here. Frozen Prince and Emperor's Palm. Let's get closer to the main. Last chance of Cyrene. Planet Zarkov is ready for a new stage of development. Serious situation on the planet. Flora and fauna of the world have gone mad, attacking settlements with even greater force. Frenzy is blowing out a massive onslaught of beasts the report calls drovers, and the piercing wails they emit. Do we know what has arrived at the drover? Negative, Lord Captain. We're operating solely on the Colonel Governor's theories. Perhaps you enrich the pack by selling the drover beneath the cage? Or it could be some planetary cycle we know nothing about. The Dynasty's servants on Zarkov have already begun investigating, but that will take time and won't resolve the current situation. We must act without delay. Has a mass occurrence of xenobeasts ever happened before? No, Your Lordship. The Colonel Governor stated that there is no mention of such a phenomenon in the annals of the 32nd Marov Regiment. This is the Zarkov colony's first experience of this. What does my retinue say? Why send soldiers to their deaths when Xeno heresy can be purged by righteous flames? But we cannot burn recklessly, as the roots will ignite in an instant and the wildfire will quickly get out of control. We must trap the beasts between two fires, so the backburn incinerates them and then burns itself out. Let's see, every arbitrator knows how to hold a bastion of loyalty to the Imperium during planet-wide cataclysms. Going down will result in a grueling siege, while a head-on counterattack will cause unnecessary losses. We need a shorter approach. We'll move a portion of the populace into fortified areas to serve as bait for the beasts, while our assault teams flank the enemy and weaken them with targeted strikes. Sister Argenta, show the Moravians how to properly burn out the Xeno heresy. Name of the God Emperor and humanity, Your Lordship. We'll bring the flames of his fury down upon Zarkov. Controlled surges of fire scorch miles of roots, turning them to ash along with the shrieking drovers. Few settlements had to be lost, yet countless lives were saved through Sister Argenta's astute plan. The surviving drovers crawled back to brood over their injuries in the dark of their lairs. Your Lordship, theory has emerged about what caused this. The Dynasty's agents have investigated and discovered a strange signal that we cannot decipher or locate. However, it seems to affect the nervous system of those drovers in some way, driving them into a rage. Alas, that is all we know for now. Oculus Station. The Navy seeks a planet in the sector whose orbit can support a way station, while equipped with weaponry and void docks. The Rope Trader will graciously offer Zarkov's orbit, effectively placing the planet under the shield of the Navis Imperialis. Second to none. The Expanse has yet to see warriors as skilled and resilient as the Sons of Zarkov. Sons and Daughters of Zarkov, the Fellowship of the Void promises to pay handsomely for the chance to recruit Zarkovians to execute their dark designs. Who else but the God Emperor's Anointed has the power to override the Imperium's laws for the welfare of the Protectorate? Some extra phlogiston. Smuggler's Vaults. That's going to be a no. Letters Patent. Legitimizing the governor's authority with a noble title will hasten Zarkov's integration into the Imperium. To honor the newly appointed ruler, the factions of the Expanse shall dispatch offerings to Zarkov, fostering the planet's prosperity. Getting global complacency bonus. Frontier Conquest. I gain my 1/3 of my intelligence bonus as deflection. Rogue Traders' holdings on Zarkov grew only through a constant bloody war with the planet's aggressive xenoflora. To drive it back, military engineers will erect massive fortifications, unleashing a torrent of fire from the nozzles of thousands of flamers. Promethium rigs to get us oil grenades. Deep within the ripped-open bowels of Zarkov lies the decayed remains of colossal creatures. Smoking Promethium rigs shall turn the ash of the planet's ancient rulers into Promethium. Frontier transport. Zarkov's rampant vegetation turns the paths between settlements into a tangled labyrinth fraught with deadly perils. The Adeptus Mechanicus shall supply the planet with swift flying machines equipped with razor-sharp blades. Shadows of Zarkov. Zarkov in soldier armor. Immune to toxin, cannot fall prone, be pushed away or staggered. Dodge penalty is reduced. However, the material is easily flammable. Not so great. Probably end up picking it up anyway. From the scouts of the 32nd Regiment, daring volunteers shall be recruited into a specialized reconnaissance corps known as the Shadows of Zarkov. They shall bear the lifelong duty of charting maps and searching for safe passages to the planet's lower levels. Militarum Imperialis. Ooh, dogmatic conditioning. For centuries, Zarkov's military affairs languished without proper oversight by the Astra Militarum. The planet shall see the construction of infrastructure required to quarter and supply troops, while the Protectorate's best drill masters arrive to train the fighters of the 32nd Regiment in accordance with the Tactica Imperialis. So, as far as rank 3 goes, Subdermal Compensator. When the user is hit for the first time in a round, they gain 22 temporary wounds for 1 round. This effect triggers even if the attack was blocked, dodged, or parried, but it has to hit. So the first time you're attacked in a round. Anyway, and then we have 3... Yeah, 3 mutually... So, Crusade for the Lost Gifts. The few scouts who survived the descent to the root spaces report stumbling upon ancient, powerful augmentics from the time of the first call-up. The Governor requests the Rogue Traders' permission to launch a crusade for the Lost Gifts. Thousands of soldiers shall plunge into the depths to recover the sacred iron, and though nearly all the volunteers shall perish in the ravenous darkness at the bottom of Zarkov, the glory of the 32nd Regiment's deeds and sacrifices shall echo throughout the entire expanse. The enemy of my enemy. By studying the flora enveloping Zarkov, the generators of the Adeptus Mechanicus have harnessed its genome and achieved the most wholly selective synthesis. The resulting invasive hybrid shall sweep across the planet like a withering plague, turning native species to dust and exposing hidden deposits of rare metals. Or the effigy of his wrath. Which I think I might do. The followers of St. Drusus shall carve the image of the God Emperor upon a gargantuan root. Each cycle, fiercely devout Zarkovians shall set out on a grand pilgrimage to purge moss and creepers from the stern countenance of the master of mankind. Many shall face a martyr's death, yet their sacrifice shall ignite the fire of faith within the hearts of the subjects. Zarkov's first spaceport. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna go for... Psychic signal processors. Frontier Phantoms. Through centuries of life on Zarkov, the soldiers of the 32nd Regiment have evolved into natural killers, silent and unseen as shadows, but forged to endure any hardship. Their signature tactic relies on the use of vocal organs harvested from the drovers, which emit mind-crushing wails. This weaponry shatters the minds of their foes, yet poses little harm to the Zarkovians, who have been accustomed to these cries since childhood. There's no reason to share such skilled warriors with the Esther Militarum. Therefore, all soldiers of Zarkov shall swear fealty directly to the von Valencia's dynasty, becoming the road trader's personal guard. All razor checks to +5. Holy shit. Oh! My god. Blocks first Zarkovian and gift bearers. Chosen warriors of Zarkov shall undergo the ritual of extensive augmentation, vastly increasing their combat skills through rare and powerful implants. These elite fighters shall become known throughout the expanse as the Gift Bearers, preserving the memory of the von Valencius dynasty as large S. The sacred duty of the Gift Bearers shall be to extract implants from fallen comrades to pass them on to future brothers and sisters. Or the 1st Zarkovian Regiment. The Moravian 32nd Regiment perished long ago, yet from its ashes the 1st Zarkovian Regiment shall be reborn. It shall not stand alone, now that the planet possesses the necessary infrastructure. The rogue trader, with the aid of the Departamento Minatorum, shall initiate regular conscription, ensuring the Zarkovians bring glory to their new home in the war against the endless enemies of humanity. Current amplifiers. +4 damage with arc rifles, Magna Rail Blast, Transonic Wave. Frontier Phantoms, it has to be. +5. Oh, for ranged area attacks, but still, that's gonna make Argenta that much more powerful, goddamn. Thinking Manufactorums. So yeah, with the Crusade of Lost Gifts. Because Zarkov is Zarkov. Shadows of Zarkov. But I think I will go from the top. And it will take some time. But that's just fine. Lord Captain, the Master-at-Arms has reported disturbances in the vicinity of the Sector Bionica. You hear the tactfully disguised disquiet in the Boxmaster's voice. The rabble from the lower decks have blocked the exits, demanding you appear before them. The enforcers await your orders. The Ring of Steel and Jocasta Sauerbox tone eloquently signals her readiness for battle. Give the order and all these troublemakers will be immediately subdued. I want to go down there and hear what these people have to say. As you will, Lord Captain. The noisy procession, smelling of sacred unguents and sweat, fell silent as soon as you appeared. Those at the head of the crowd stepped forward, one of them waving the wrapped stump of his right arm, while another gawps at you with his one eye. The Medicae officer, shielded by a line of enforcers, also stare in your direction. Lord Captain, you came? The one-eyed man hesitates and bows awkwardly. We have a request. A petition to authorize the augmentation of workers below the rank of junior officer in the Sector Bionica due to the need to increase the efficiency of the workforce. He bullets at the obviously memorized words in a rapid stream, and then adds peevishly, the Vermin don't want to give us iron arms and legs. Always doing to work for the good of you and the God Emperor. To beg for respite from the fates chosen for them since birth? Perhaps we should hold up the Sisters of the Order of the Valorous Heart as an example. They do not even permit the dulling of pain during treatment of their wounds, no matter how grievous. Argenta stops short, as if shamed by her own severity. Yet that comparison is unfair to common laborers. Perhaps they truly would benefit from some aid. It's time to hear your arguments. Why ought the workers be granted access to sacred implants? The one-armed warrior steps forward, pushing the one-eyed man aside. One of the lads, a Voidsman soldier who got his skull crushed, came back to Lower Decks after treatment not long ago. With his new metal head, he's working harder than ever. If they'd let us poor sides put some hardware in, we'd work even better than the healthy ones. We'll toil day and night for the good of the dynasty. The officers say it's not allowed, but you can do anything, even lift this band. Lift this band. Be merciful, Lord Count. Janitor Ferens. The request is unacceptable. I predicted that augmenting the Voidsman soldier life form above the established baseline would cause the utility life forms to develop a distorted perception of their individual value. That is rationally inflated. The hiss of the janitor's vox can be heard over the murmuring of the crowd. What did the experts from the Sector Bionica think? Of course, such privileges for the lower decks are unprecedented. Yet these people are the lifeblood of the ship, Lord Captain. However low their standing in the social hierarchy, allowing augmentation in the lower decks will enable workers to toil longer and will help older crew members remain of sound mind and pass on their experience to younger generations. I advise you to grant the request. It will only strengthen your crew. I insist upon rejection of the request, says Janitor Ferens. Augmentation is a sacred gift of the Omnissiah that requires careful monitoring and maintenance. Sector Bionica's resources are finite, and as such, our focus must be on servicing the key life forms among the crew. Though violating the established directive and wastefully distributing the gift of augmentations among the unworthy would be an outrage to the Omnissiah and barely tolerated by the tech priests aboard this vessel. I have come to a decision. I will allow augmentation. Faces of the crowd brighten. Some begin to pray fervently, others shouting out their thanks. The one-eyed man wipes his nose, and the one-armed man makes the sign of the Aquila. Long live Rome Trader and Thor von Valancius! The joyous cry is immediately echoed by dozens more voices. The vivisector breathes a sigh of relief. I thank the God Emperor every day for sending us such a merciful ruler. There's no escaping the satisfied look the vivisector gives the janitor. Okay. Now then. Sarkov isn't done yet. Back up to the worship. No, not the shrine.
A new challenge for me.
Freight line, Lord Captain's quarters, worship bridge. Here we go. And back to the Kronos Expanse. And I would like to, but so I'm going to go all the way out to Kranich. Don't have quite enough. I need more insight. 100 Dreams Crossing. So why not? Ursulio Prophecy. That's actually pretty disconnected. Alright, last chance of Cyrene. Your lordship. News from Zarkov. A passing Chartist ship has brought word that the planet has been attacked by unknown enemies of humanity. Its inhabitants are requesting assistance from the rogue trader. Thank you for your report, Waxmaster. Alright. Back we go to Zerka, the Awakened Dead. Chief Janitor Farron's request of Vox audience concerns Manipulus Febris and the experiments he is conducting in the Sector Bionica. The Janitor speaks rapidly, his words almost merging into indistinct buds. Lord Captain, operations of the Sector Bionica have practically stalled. Janitor Extremus Aegon Febris is unilaterally experimenting with the implantation throne, drawing the motive force from the compartment's circuitry and thereby hindering proper administration of the augmentation rite. Any idea what he's doing there? Analysis. Farron's pauses briefly. Insufficient data. A high influx of motive force to the Sector Bionica's implantation throne has been detected. Violations of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation have been recorded, along with the restricted access for other tech breeds. However, the rank of the lifeform designated Aegon Febris is too high to be impeded without intervention from the lifeform designated Lord Captain. Attesting, according to logs of the Sector Bionica systems, Janitor Aegon Febris is undertaking unauthorized use of the implantation throne contrary to its designated purpose. Recommended sanctions, imposition of a techno-penance combined with temporary rank reduction. Headed there immediately. God damn it. Motherfucker. I need to save my new Death World. The implantation throne stands before you in all its glory, illuminated with discharges of the motive force. A massive body is laid upon it, and it takes you a moment to recognize it as Aegon. Nuncius, I'm in complete agreement that any transference with the function of the galvanic abdomen will lead to acute hypertension, but I have the situation perfectly under control. A failed outcome has been excluded as a possibility. Aegon stares intently at the vid screen attached to his neck. All his body cavities have been carefully opened. You watch the crimson pink lump of his augmented heart as it beats in his chest. And you see the faint flickering of his galvanic cell through the whitish film of his peritoneum. Yes, Nuncius, I'm sure. Now propitiate the motive force with the offering of the second galvanic hymn, conducting a rite of voltage multiplication, 10% steady, 20%. Aegon's eyelids close, and his head drops simply onto his chest. A moment passes, and the Janitor draws a shuddering breath, strolls back to consciousness. 20% hypertension, momentary loss of consciousness. The motive force is surging uncontrollably. Additional portocaval shunts are required to propitiate it and compensate for the excess pressure. Well then, you were right, Nuncius. Abdominal extraction is impossible. This is an incontrovertible fact. Is this some special kind of tech priest self-torture? Not at all, Retreater. I am careful to ensure that my pain level never exceeds borderline values. My objective is not to harm myself, but to learn. Fascinating. Never seen such operations performed on oneself before. Aegon smiles through the pain. I must assure you that I have never met a Janitor of my caliber, or that you have never met a Janitor of my caliber, rogue traitor. The procedure is utterly trivial. If one observes the rituals of vivisection and the operational covenants of the Museion. Should you break yourself, I will not fix you. I appreciate your concern, Rogue Trader, but the experiment is completely under control. Moreover, Nuncius is carefully monitoring my condition. If you'll excuse me, I will be able to continue our conversation in just a moment. Several manipulators dive inside Aegon's gaping abdomen, extracting from its death a small lump of maroon-colored flesh. You see the Janitor's skin rapidly pale to a parchment white. The only thing now keeping him conscious are the discharges of motive force crackling through his body. Splenic extraction, Nuncius, this is truly fascinating. Blood flow is slowed, the load on the main arteries has fallen dramatically. I classify my current condition as pre-mortem. Viability minimal. Why are you torturing yourself? You have dulled the pain with stimulants. Pain is merely the instrument by which the living flesh alerts us to delete its effects upon it. I'm using this tool to receive the most complete and thus the most valuable information about the consequences of my procedures. Your methods are highly original, Aegon. What experiment are you conducting? I'm currently engaged in a study of determinacy in the existence of amalgam individuals. Your presence will no doubt enliven the discussion my dearest colleague and I are having as I work. We've got Lindsay and me about halfway through our disputation. I don't think I've seen that word before. What knowledge are you seeking this time? Is it warrant this self-excavation? I'm seeking the limit, Rotary. The limit that Ferrum Sanctum can withstand, but living issue cannot. I'm trying to perceive the extent to which reverse augmentation can be accomplished without killing the recipient. I myself, as the bearer of a large number of implants, am the ideal specimen. Oh, why would you reverse someone's augmentation? The gifts of the Omniscient come at a price, one that not everyone can pay. Their machine spirits can rage and reject the flesh with which they have been joined, causing pain or even indescribable agony. Sometimes the only way to end it is to extract the augment, which often carries the risk of death. My objective is to find a way to mitigate this. A highly unusual goal for a tech priest. In the eyes of the servants of the Museion, human life rarely outweighs the value of augments. Something must propel them down this path in the past. The work of the Sector Panica is suffering because of your research. Oh, as soon as I obtain the answers to my questions, I will rise from this throne and restore the motive force to the compartment, rest assured. And now I beg another pause, Rogue Trader. Let's excavate the heart implant. Let's just kindly monitor the functioning of the atrioventricular node, if you would, when the flexible mechadendrites dives deep into Aegon's chest, carefully extracting the augmented heart. The throne's machine spirits instantly erupt in a cacophony of alarms. Count no less than 30 beats of your own heart before the convulsing organ is returned to its owner's chest. The ashen shadow of death slowly leaves Aegon's face. Praise the Omniscient! Nuncius, this is what I've been searching for. A 30-second interval is optimal for removing the organ without causing dysfunction. It's impossible to tell whether the servo skull shares his colleague's excitement. Risks of a fatal outcome? The risks are negligible when what is at stake is crossing the limit of death itself. Both of my attempts to create a triosomata have failed, and so it's necessary to apply a different methodology. He turns his clouded gaze to you. Your thoughts on this matter interest me greatly, my colleague, so let them flow freely. Oh, you mentioned 2 attempts? There was another triosomata? Deftly deduced from my deliberate vagueness in my last thesis. Aegon tries to smile, but winces in pain as the throne's manipulators, obeying the will of the ancient machine spirit, begin to return all of the extracted implants to their previous positions. You were correct. The one you and I created was the second attempt. The first was the starting point that whetted my thirst for the mysteries of the machine that is the organic body. The most fascinating story, Nuncius is telling of it as most engaging. Nuncius' account remains a mystery to you, safely hidden in the grin of your interlocutor. His energy flagging, Aegon sighs. Yes, Nuncius, perhaps the story is indeed too long for our current circumstances. But enough of the lyrical digressions. I have since made the significant progress in understanding the wisdom of the Omniscient and the failure of both triosomia. Procedures will remain merely another setback on the path to comprehension. Elaborate your thesis, Aegon. Why is vanquishing death so important to you? Because if a machine is as functional and multifaceted as the human organism ceases to exist, all practical meaning of it is destroyed. Aegon's large hands grip the edges of the implantation throne, their knuckles white. And I have dared to fathom ways of prolonging life precisely to preserve that meaning. The operational limits of organics can be overcome, the annihilation of flesh and minds averted, and function raised to the absolute. Death is what sustains the Imperium, and this is true. He glances at the servo skull, but life is what propels it forward. This is an incontrovertible fact. I'd like to hear Nuncius' position. The servo skull is silent, as always. Yes, dearest colleague, you are certainly correct in asserting that death is the natural and inevitable cessation of life processes. The narrator presses his lips together. But that is not why the Omniscient granted us the gift of reason and the ability to comprehend existence. Oh, but is that not why? So that we humans would submit to the natural way of things? You accepted death as a fact. Or you accept death as a fact, but I believe such fatalism is incomprehensible to a servant of the Omniscient. Do not machines strive for eternity in his image and likeness? Yes, I will readily share my thoughts. They began briskly, sparing a look at the lines of data running across the data slate. Nods briskly. The mechadendrites, bristling with needles, begin to rapidly stitch together wounds on his body. Life is a duty, not merely a right. A person must live as long as they are able to bring benefit to the Imperium. Looking at life through the prism of duty is wise. I must never forget the purpose of my ambitions. There is sound reasoning to that argument, more than a little. The tech priest watches with deliberate nonchalance as the tips of the injectors plunge into his pale flesh again and again. After all, every organism is a machine of the Omnicide. His purpose is to serve humanity. A triumphant Benhar hymn pours out of the implantation thrones of Vox transmitters, interrupts the manipulous musing, signaling the completion of the procedure. Aegon's anti-grav generator stirs to life once more, and the generator floats smoothly into the air. It appears that the gory experiment he just performed on himself has had no catastrophic consequences. Nuncius rises after him, a silent shadow. And so the experiment is complete. I deem the outcome wholly satisfactory. Aegon folds his arms over his sizable stomach, giving a polite bow. Thank you for your timely arrival, rogue trader. You have given me food for thought that will occupy my unquiet mind for a long time to come, and will surely grant me many revelations in the future. Now, I must return to the laboratory and discuss the results in detail with Nuncius. Self-knowledge.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Anyway, back to the bridge. So we can get back to Zarkov. And give our Death World a little visit. Back to the Terror of Solar. Whatever experts from the Sector Bionica wishes to speak to you. Transferring to an incoming Vox transmission from the corresponding deck. Your Lordship, Vivisector Martinex, is so overcome with indignation that his voice rings out, filling the air. His patients are deliberately flouting the rules of admission, which is directly affecting the Corrosion's work. I humbly request your intervention. Going to the Medicaid deck. Notify the relevant parties. In the Sector Bionica. So many problems. I just want to go save my new Death World.
The flesh of the laypersons admitted.
Greetings, Lord Captain. Two strangely dressed officers bowed deferentially at the sight of you. The elder one, a tall and wrinkled voidborn, steps forward. Tails of long neural cords embedded in his head dangle unpleasantly down his back like a ragged cloak. Augmented aristocrat, allow me to introduce ourselves. Countess Zahir Otto Toloman, officers Vox Repeater LMXIV on Upper Deck 6, Sector 2. This young man is my eldest son. We heard us here on a serious matter, and we would be most grateful to your lordship if you would lend your support to our fair petition for the staff of the Sector Bionica. Master Toloman, as I've already told you both, you will be seen when you reach the front of the queue. I have work to do, please don't distract me, or throne forbid, Lord Captain. Scanning has revealed 2 lower priority arms in the operating area. Quest, dispose of less effective crew members to make space for valuable officers. On the corners of Out of the corners of your eye, you notice the janitor is already standing near the cogitator. That controls the mechanisms of the individual beds. You belong to the Tolman dynasty, same as my Vox Master Victus. Indeed, my son and I are distant relatives of Vox Master Tolman. Our family serves the ship faithfully, and sacred implantations like ours are passed down from generation to generation, along with our position. The old man inclines his head in a bow. Explain what's going on here. Cantus retreats a little to the side. The cables in his head jingle with the movement, and you notice that some of them have melted. We are members of a noble clan that has spent years overseeing the sacred Vox systems of this void ship. It is a job that requires frequent maintenance, before many machine sparks may pass through our augments. Recently, the frequency of their augmentation inspections has decreased as access to the sector panic has become more fraught. Instead of esteemed officers, the local Medicaid officers prefer to cater to crippled vagrants. I've already explained to you, we do not give preferential treatment to anyone. Your implant will be serviced according to your place in the queue, which is in turn based on the urgency of the required procedure. While you're too slothful to coat your own head in sacred coolants, someone else is dying for lack of a lung. The vivisector exhales heavily, judging by the dark circles under his eyes. Fatigue is making it hard for him to maintain cordiality. There are no unimportant people on my ship. Everyone will be treated equally and based on your place in the queue. The old man frowns, but still bows respectfully. The young man behind him looks outraged and tries to step forward, but the elder officer deftly seizes his son by the long cable embedded in his head. A stifled splutter erupts in the Vox repeater, replacing the young man's mouth. It's drowned out by the father's booming voice. We will accept your decision, whatever it may be, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, I want to thank you for your timely intervention. These people still don't understand that there are some things that cannot be bought with a noble name or a lofty position. Stop dragging me down here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I should probably head up to my quarters and get rid of my voice. Bridge, Lord Captain's quarters.
I'll bring glory!
Heresy grows from idleness.
Behold the wrath of madness.
Done and done.
No voice. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now can I please get to... my death world. Also gonna probably... No, there's something on Vabo 6. Oh, no. It was Vabo 6 that needed my attention. Let me get the Oculus station done. Second to none. Sure. Still need to get complacency up. Actually, that should probably be a priority. Letter's patent would be pretty good for that. Ah, but there is a space battle around Zerkov. The gauge is under attack. It's detecting active Vox communications on 32nd Regiment's frequencies. I've already got it. waiting for arrival of an incoming Vox signal, but I cannot identify the source. Wrath of Cain! For a moment you hear nothing but static from the Vox, then sound suddenly becomes clear. The voice that emerges is not human. It's a Xeno speaking, an Eldari. On K, this is our first and final warning. Leave the orbit of the doomed world and be gone. We shall exact our revenge against the ancient enemy. This world will bear no survivors. You recognize the voice of the Eldari whose vessel you once engaged in a neighboring system. The auger vid screens highlight unpatched hull breaches, testament to your victory. We could join our forces. No, we are driven by the wrath of Caleb and Cain. This world must fall. So this world is my domain. Leave and I will spare your lives. No, Monkey, this world belongs to the enemy. Big set course for the planet. More Xenos vessels, they're closing in. I declare self-defense. Actually, now that this is a colony, I should make a connection to Mundus Valensis.
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
Ooh, got a lot of them. Ah, but I also have friendly defenses. Let's swap that up to fighters. And the dorsal. On there. And there. Let's do a vulnerability scan on the Acolyte. Starfighters. Boom. Take on the Eldari shuttles. Some more. People to play. Here's the Wrath of Cain. My turn. More going. Nice sharp turn. Up to here for the void, cinder. I can launch some starfighters, help clean stuff up. On down. Nice. Starfighter Ranger. Neat those torpedoes. And this one. Can get a little loud. Okay. Not that time, man. That's going to give me +2 push. And my Wrath Starfighters can get in there. Push off at least one of these things. And my other one's just torpedo. These torpedoes are going to expire.
Target destruction confirmed. Praise the Omnissiah.
Oh, gonna get a torpedo. Yep. There you are. Actually trying to do shit to me. Let's use a cloak whenever it takes extra damage. Alright. Actually, first, white lines. Maybe that's just a visual bug. Whatever.
Your crude shield technology is insufficient to weather this storm.
Are you sure about that?
No escape pods detected. No emergency beacon detected.
Let's go to
No
some shields.
survivors detected.
Vulnerability scan over there. And get on the move. Actually, I think we might be able to finish the fight.
Fade into nothing.
There.
They pale before our mastery of the void.
Back to Zerka. So. Veva 6 is up north. Morphosacius. Yep. Tariff Wall. It's not too terrible of a. Let's see. Megos Noonman is requesting your attention on a private Vox channel. Establishing connection. Requesting an audience with the rogue traitor. Genitor extremist Eogan Febris has committed a Category 5 blasphemy by violating the precepts of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation. The offender persists in denying his distortion of the Omnissiah's designs and insists on resolving the conflict with third-party mediation. I order you both to report to the bridge immediately. I shall settle this immediately. The very air between the two tech priests seems to crackle with tension. The glares, Helgun and Pascal exchange could melt steel. Pascal straightens up more than usual, as if trying to match the height of his hovering opponent. Lord Captain, as an ordained Magos, I bear witness against Genitor Extremis Helgun Febris. He conducts research that negatively impacts the productivity of the holy rites of servitor maintenance and distorts the visage of the machine god's creations. Such blasphemy tramples the tenets of faith and may lead to critically unpredictable consequences. Out of respect for Magos and Newman, I will not respond to such a blatant provocation with aggression. That would be counterproductive. However, I would note that my esteemed colleague is fundamentally mistaken in his interpretation of my actions. I have followed the quest for knowledge, serving the machine god as befits a genitor extremis. No blasphemy against his commandments has been committed, as Nuncius can attest. The service school remains silent, unwilling to enter the argument. I believe the least biased participant should speak first. Nuncius. The service school tactfully remains silent, granting the opposing parties complete freedom to express their views. Nuncius, the issue of productive integration of augmetics into the living flesh of a host is the cornerstone of my endeavors. Eogan falls silent for a few seconds, as if processing his interlocutor's response. I'm disappointed by your attempts to remain neutral in this debate. Yes, you're consumed with anger, but serve your petty bickering. Pascal, explain what Eogan has done. Febris was summoned to pacify a group of frenzied servitors. Given his rank and presumed breadth of knowledge, the risk of disruption to the sacred rites was deemed minimal. However, the genitor exceeded his remit and performed rites on several servitors that do not conform to the paradigm of the cult mechanicus, replacing some of their blessed implants with organic matter. I do not deny my actions, rogue trader. Indeed, I have introduced several experimental modifications to the servitor's construction. Modifications that increase their productivity and task efficiency, but that does not enhance their utility. The essence of Magus Newman's accusations eludes me. Nuncius, what do you think? The service scroll is silent. Ostentatiously listen to Nuncius. What's that? You think the esteemed magi are behaving like squabbling children? Yes, I would have to agree. The both tech priests turn towards the servo skull, which has not uttered a single word. Pascal glares malevolently, while Eogan opens his mouth to object, and then thinks better of it. Pascal, why do you think those experiments are so dangerous? Their very nature is blasphemous through committing the heresy of invention. Genitor Febris was supposed to completely eliminate the source of the malign code that had infiltrated the servitor's neural implants. Instead, he altered their mortal flesh in such a way that it is no longer subject to the machine god's imperatives as transmitted by the implants. The operational stability of the resulting modified servitors cannot be prognosticated. The ship's machine spirits may find themselves defenseless and fall victim to entropy, which would begin to multiply within the computational cycle. Eogan raises a finger in a didactic manner. My intervention did not violate the protocols of servitorization. Their minds will still follow the machine algorithms. No heresy has been committed. Colleague, you are overly accustomed to relying upon the cold orderliness of the Ferrum Sanctum, and you will perceive organic matter as something mutable and unreliable. Yet the living cell is one of the most perfect and stable aggregates created by the Omnissiah. After a brief pause, Eogan adds, resting the service goal, yes, Nuncius, bone tissue is known as vital and stable. But it would have been less convincing in this particular case. Eogan, why did you conduct this experiment outside of the laboratory? A reasonable question, Rogue Trader, and I believe this answer will prove most satisfactory. After the triosomata reconstruction ended in failure, I spent considerable time drawing conclusions from it. The fruits of my labor is a formula for bionic synergy that enhances the efficiency of augmetic integration with the host. Is productive efficiency not the highest value for a servant of the Omnissiah? Servitor malfunctions will occur less frequently, shorter maintenance times will be required, and the labors of the technomats will be optimized. The utility of such a solution is indisputable, and therefore requires no preliminary investigation. This statement is false. Efficiency is a consequence of observing proper rites, not a cause for worship. The rejection of standardized methods of service in the pursuit of increased productivity is a Category 5 blasphemy. Optimizing the labor of technomats is not a prerogative of a genitor extremis. Each serves according to their function. Magos Newman's visor flashes red for a fraction of a second. This alone is an incontrovertible fact. Call each other colleagues, why do you not work together? Is that a rhetorical question? The limerick on Aegon's shoulder hisses, releasing a cloud of acrid vapor. No. I see that is truly... You truly wish to hear the answer. Each follows their own path of knowledge, comprehending existence through the wisdom of the Omnissiah. My path and that of Magos and Newman diverge at the very beginning. Unthinkable. Pascal's visor flashes crimson, as his collaboration with Jennifer Febris to be counterproductive. His willingness to distort dogma in order to justify his own flaws borders dangerously on heresy. Alright, I'm ready to adjudicate this. I'm not a persuasive man. So I get collision calculations. Void ship RAM restores 50% shield strength on the most damaged side. Aegon, your experiments are indeed dangerous. Henceforth, you shall not conduct them outside the laboratory. Optimal firing solution. Void ship RAM increases the damage dealt by macro cannons by 50% for 3 turns. Pascal, you will oversee the righteousness of Aegon's experiments. Together, you will stabilize and improve the servitors. I refuse. He raises the mechadendrite in mourning. This decision shall lead to an irresolvable conflict. Cooperation is impossible. Out of the question. Aegon shakes his head. The outcome of the proposed cooperation is predetermined. It is most unfavorable, rogue trader. Aegon, your experiments are indeed dangerous. Henceforth, you shall not conduct them outside the laboratory. Aegon flares with indignation, poised to launch into an impassioned tirade, but abruptly catches himself, instead gazing dejectedly at the surface skull. Very well, arbitrator. I will submit to your decision. You're right, Mencius. Scaling unproven solutions could lead to unfortunate consequences. Registering a high-level sound judgment of the stated decision. Pascal bows almost imperceptibly. Consequences of Generator Febris' malfunction and irrelevant decisions will be rectified immediately, and the functioning of the ship's machine spirits will be optimized according to sacred protocols. Back to the Cronus Expanse. Let's see. Last chance of Cyrene. Zarkov is done with second to none. I would like to increase their complacency. Frontier transport would help. Frontier conquest as well. Or letters of patent for total complacency. Yes. Get that in place. Make the jump. Catastrophe has occurred. Nuncius has stopped speaking. Or still, it was compounded by the flagrant incompetence of Senator Ferens. Ferens offered to assist in examining my esteemed colleague, only to have the audacity to claim he is perfectly functional. Now refuses to perform any more further procedures upon Nuncius. I implore you, find me on the bridge and help me. This madman to his senses. I will get to that later. Yes, and one more complacency with Frontier Conquest. One step closer. Mysterious sickness. How's that? Everything else should go real quick. Lithium rigs. Frontier transport. Shadows of Zarkov. Oh yeah, it was in place of the Militarum, whatever. Cool. Crusade of the Lost Gifts. Mythics Cult. Earth Drusus, Move Force Reservoir, Patron Saint. Many regiments of Patron Saints, with their loyalty, the 32nd Regiment, deserve this honor. Lavish offerings to the Order of St. Drusus should grant the people of Zarkov the right to fight under the inspiring protection of Saint Cognatius. Zarkov's legacy. Over centuries of survival on Zarkov, the history of the 32nd Regiment has been enriched by the names of valiant warriors, each worthy of monument. Inspired by them, the Rogue Trader subjects shall find new courage and more willingly embrace the inevitable atonement for the One. Conventus Vinificarum. Funereal detachments shall be reformed into the Conventus Vinificarium, a Chirurgian guild specializing in Zarkov's toxins. The guild's works will help crush the enemies of the Protectorate while fortifying its defenders. Zarkov's first space force. Fleet of void ships shall rain fire from their lance weapons upon a designated location, turning the dense thickets to ash and purging the land to build the first spaceport in Zarkovian history. Hanging Manufactorums. The Rogue Trader's engineers shall construct a production complex designed for Zarkov's harsh conditions. Hive-like Manufactorums still will cling to the monster's roots, while long-limbed factories, servo platforms, crawl between them like titanic spiders. Yes. Augmetics Manufactorum. Each day, the God Emperor's servants suffer the loss of limbs and organs in unceasing conflicts with the planet's xenoflora. By the grace of the Rogue Trader, the Manufactorums dedicated to sacred augmetics will be established in the settlement, where tech priests of the Messiah shall fuse the sacred iron of the augments with the flesh of wounded soldiers, thereby granting them the chance to resume their service to the dynasty. And psycho-signal suppressors. The sophisticated minds of the tech priests of Kiavakama have developed a wondrous device capable of dampening the mind-maddening shrieks of the drovers. Erecting these psycho-signal suppressors near the settlement will allow the Rogue Trader subjects to labor for the benefit of the dynasty, affected by these sanity-draining wails. And Frontier Phantoms. Basically, these Zarkovians shall be my personal guard. Stuff. And a holy prey. Heretical. Up to Mortasakis. Couple more jumps. I'll try traveling through the inventory. Okay. Nothing. To Babo 6. Ugh. As well. What's up? Church's Guild has started a tariff war with the Protectorate. Trade and logistics on this world are suffering. Peace Guild with 4. Strike a military blow at the guild. I got people and weapons. So many people and weapons. Defeat of the guild does not yield any trophies, but trade has resumed in full. Okay. I guess that was it. I guess I can wander down to Mundus Valancius, Mundus Nullius, up to the Ocean's Pass. See what's up during the period. Delirious, one of the bays, screaming in holy languages, in her awareness. She explained that she had seen her homeworld crew collapsing around her. Again, without permission, in the future, she did the call for warp on her own. Let's see what's in here. Pirates. And a rocky world cementing. Hello. Pirate flotilla is gathered in a system with especially prosperous extractium. Don't let the pirates escape. Fire broadside on the elusive contempt and succeed. Huzzah. As we enter combat.
The litany of ordnance rings out across our decks.
More... Nothing of particular note then. Let's go ahead and move on forward. Broadsides. Whoopsie-doopsie. Pop some fighters. Way to do some damage. Where's the other one? Swing one. Pop off some more. You guys. Really scan on the far one. No, I'm reaching anybody. Keep going, reaching. Actually, no. Empyrean Store. So, go with the Void Summer done.
Another victory of 2 great dynasties, Lord Captain.
Chasing the elusive contempt. Extractium there. Any other rumors around? Damage taken, that's fine. Are you not connected there? Suppose you are. Back to Prince Valancius then. Suspended shipments. It's a good thing we popped up by Andargonis then. Its efforts to exploit the crisis in the Expanse, a prominent mining consortium is just disrupting ore shipments to the colonies of the Protectorate. Requests the Imperial Navy boycott the consortium's trade routes. Frightened by the prospect of an economic blockade, the consortium offers its apologies and reinstates the shipment schedule. Yay. And now down to Telecos Epsilon. A pirate fleet preparing to attack one of our richest extractiums. A silence of Mer Cigarette. Something. What is that? Ah. Right over there. Okay, hi. Let's go up on in. Let's go grab that Promethium then, since we're here. And we got the extractions. Approached by the explorators, it was a Mechanicus Genitors have developed a theory that the rovers were artificially created, and now they are requesting permission to study the flora and fauna of Zarkov. 3 tech priests are ready to lead the research congregation. Each have their own goals. Xenobiologist Axilda Tavanti is mainly interested in the mysteries of genetic engineering. Magos Taufai 98 is primarily known for his research to approach threats facing humanity. Kaistor Shaga urges consideration of the benefits that could be derived for Zarkov. So chemicals and xenotech. Tell him more about the council. Pascal. What's Magos Tau 5? Or Tau Phi 98? Jai wants Kaistor Shaiga. They've been acquainted with him as benefits. Eogun was Genitor Tavanti. You know what? Let's go for Eogun's solution. Eogun, you and Genitor Tavanti will make an excellent research team. It'll be a pleasure to collaborate with an old friend once more. Look forward to our coming encounter with great anticipation. Invasion sent. Expenditure for Adeptus Mechanicus forces soon make planetfall and Zarkov and their complex machinery surprised wakefulness by the chanting of Benheric prayers. Under the hard eyes of the Moravians, the Magos-led Genitors began preparations for their investigation. Magos Oxilda has transmitted the first results of her work. According to her, it's a breakthrough. I need not have worried about her earlier silence. You know how these obsessive types are. Significant finding is that the Drovers prey on Psychers, and they're attracted to warp-active areas. These creatures were probably created specifically to destroy anything that exhibits warp activity. We can use this against them. Colonel Governor proposes several possible strategies, either to organize mobile teams of Psychers to lure the creatures from their lairs and exterminate them, or draw the creatures to pre-prepared positions for destruction by executioner squads. Finally, the creatures could be led en masse to remote, uninhabited regions after assembling an expedition in the form of a great sacrificial procession. Ideas from the retinue? Abelard says if we can know where and when the Drovers will emerge and can lure them to a location for choosing, nothing can withstand a precise orbital strike from a Lance battery, Lord Captain. There's a certain Imperial Navy captain who owes me a favor. I believe you could station a vessel in orbit suitable to our purposes at a modest price. Nearly at promises traps. Oh, Earliot. Teach him. Gain people in exchange for Xenotech. Really a problem, but the Zarkovians were at first suspicious of the Xenos' suggestions, yet they soon came to fully appreciate them. Specialized traps for the Drovers appeared on the approaches to the settlements, snaring and wounding the creatures and allowing the defenders to dispatch them with minimal losses. Gradually, the bulk of the Drover population was captured and destroyed. Urgent dispatch from Zarkov. Xenogrones have been discovered near a small settlement on the lower levels. Scouts attempted to penetrate them, but were met by the enemy. Terrifying iron Xenos with long claws emerged from the dark halls. Your soldiers valiantly repelled their assault until something unexpected occurred. Other iron Xenos appeared, and instead of aiding their own kind, they began to slaughter them. Unusual situation. Xenos slaying Xenos. What do the rest of you think? The thing is there to be done, Edvater. The Xenos are the foes of the Allfather, and we must deliver annihilation upon them. Whatever tree bore the fruit of this battle, we do not know if the victor will only grow stronger afterward. Let us fall upon them with all our fury. Striking at the right moment is a fine art, Domain. The Undying One teaches us to wait and not to give into impulse. Yet the Xenos beat each other, and the God Emperor Taro will tell us when to do his will. Now the Xenos fight, we shall wait for the God Emperor to reveal the right moment through Cabela's Tarot. The Undying One has given us a sign. I will give us a sign when the 32nd Regiment must strike. Domain will be the herald of retribution. Orders are clear. I hope they are strong enough to swallow their rage and thirst for vengeance, and long enough for this, at the sight of these god-cursed Xenos. The Moravians reveled in their enemy's war, placing bets on either side. The Xenos victors, however, met the same fate after each skirmish. Surprise attack as soon as the last enemy had disappeared in a green flash of teleportation. And the Moravian, who had just been celebrating his windfall, would rain fire down upon the creature he had bet on not 10 minutes before. Disaster! Zarkov has been overwhelmed by metal Xenos draped in flesh. This time there are more of them. Reports say they're old players. These ruins are glowing with strange green light. A full-scale invasion! Moravians should utilize their mobility and knowledge of Zarkov and the environmental conditions. They must divide the enemy and destroy them in small groups. Success! The Xenos may not know fatigue, but nor do they know the world they seek to conquer. The Moravians kept their distance, throwing the enemy into fragile roots and using the planet itself as a weapon. These creatures may have once ruled the planet, but the new masters have proved that those times are long gone. Let's see, Lord Captain, the Mayor of Regiment, managed to push the Xenos back to their lair in the ruins, but the battle for the ruins themselves was lost. Inside is teeming with clawed monsters, and they're led by a creature that can instantly regenerate others like it. However, they are no longer attempting to leave their unholy tomb, at least not at the moment. 3 strategies have been proposed. Creating an exclusion zone for the tomb, blowing up the ruins from within, or setting the Trovers on the Xenos lair. Simple War Council. Interest in these ruins awakened the first Xenos once already. We do not know what the consequences will be if we keep delving deeper and deeper. At minimum, we need time to identify the enemy's weaknesses and find a way to eliminate them. I recommend the creation of an isolation zone. This will limit the risk of the Cronus Expanse and give us time to study the enemy. The Holy Oros is well versed in managing such highly restricted area. Lord Captain, the Zarkov should already be steeped in black and red. There's no sense in increasing the saturation of these hues. The Drovers are drawn to warp energies. If that hypothesis holds, we can create a permanent warp lure inside the tomb, and the Drovers will simply never leave. Lady Cassia, we will turn your knowledge against the Iron Xenos. As you command, I will share with your troops the knowledge that only the inevitability can achieve. People in the Xenos squad sent on the suicide mission managed to get through under cover of fire from the 32nd Regiment. Before the walls of the Xenos tomb finally blocked the signal, one last Vox message came through, and in it was a distortion of the ancient motto, Atonement for the Many. Long, tense hours followed, and no one knew what fate had befallen the soldiers. The Drover's appearance heralded the squad's victory, as they rushed one after another towards the tomb of the foul Xenos. The sight of the creature's growths protruding from the crevices and entrances of the ruins signaled the atonement that the few had brought for the rest. And so that cursed place became home to Xeno monsters who packed themselves into the corridors of the tomb. For the Iron Dead, regaining their freedom will no longer be an easy task. Yay! That was the last of Zarkov's stuff. Pirates! The elusive Contempt's captain contacts you. You can hear notes of disdain and mockery in his voice. Playtime is over, and he's sure he's going to come out on top. After the rogue trader's death, the Von Valencia's protectorate will become his playground. He'll claim plenty of booty before someone dares hunt him again. Bridge officers report the elusive Contempt is preparing for battle. They'll pay for this insolence. I hope this is a really big battle. 5 enemies. 4 claymores and the elusive Contempt. Just out of range, but I can pop Buggery. Focused effort. Master of Etherics. Vulnerability scan. First, I should go for the Void Sunder on the elusive Contempt. At the bottom mortar. Take some pot shots on the sides. up there. Launch some starfighters. Is that premonition? How are you? Get there. And now it's my turn. So let's just keep on fighting. Let's keep more arc augury. So really hit the Void Cinderlands. Can't quite hit either of those guys. Let's go here.
We broke their shield, Lord Captain.
Yeah, let's turn about face. Reload. There goes that one. Up on fighter. Take down the hearts. It's too late. I have already won. Reach anybody? Let's go here then. To finish this guy off with the... As if the red wave doesn't do the trick. That's nice. Time for more upgrade. End of the elusive legend. Sanctified restart. Improved RAM. Steady hand. Using most abilities. 20% chance. Cooldown will be a bit shorter. Oh no, that was overdrive. Yeah, let's go for steady RAM. Or steady hand. Starship names. Nice. All right. So, got those two out there. I was going up to the 100 Dreams Crossroads and then got interrupted. Let's see what's going on here. Extractions, unforeseen event, and unidentified beacon. According to the ancient chronicles and maps handed to you by the Pilgrim, this icy planet used to be a prosperous imperial colony. However, a sharp change in its trajectory brought by the warp anomaly raging in the system caused the world to distance itself from the local star. In less than a decade, the planet's surface was completely encased in ice, sealing a wealth of machines and artifacts of the Imperium inside a glacial tomb. Use augurs to scan the planet. Looks like the Pilgrim's records were true. Your augurs managed to locate the shapes of several Imperial buildings under layers of snow and ice. But one can only guess what purpose they used to serve. Develop a plan to for changing the planet's climate without support from the Imperium. After deliberating, the senior officers unanimously decided that only the Adeptus Mechanicus possessed the technologies required for a project of such a massive scale. We should contact the representatives in the Chronicles Expanse and secure a future cooperation. And then the arid one. Oh, they can just do a contract. Cool. The Rogue Trader has turned to the sublime minds of the Magi Explorators. May they employ the blessed machines of the Adeptus Mechanicus to melt the centuries-old layer of ice, encasing a lost and forgotten Imperial world. What would be an unbearable burden for a commoner is just another task for a servant of the Omnissiah. The Explorators offered prayers to the machine spirits as they prepared for the unorthodox planetary mission. Yeah, sure, let's complete the last couple of things. Your crew was treated to an amazing sight. The armory world, which spent decades under layers of tightly packed ice, blooms before them like a carpet of black flowers, revealing hundreds of Imperium supply bases amidst the melting snow baroth. They're practically untouched by time. Or the world of the representatives of the Adeptus Administratum. Lay the Grav Culver. Dorsal macro cannon. Fire 2 shots, 27 per shot. Imperium will not forget your noble act. They promise to award you accommodation as soon as passage from the Corn's Expanse becomes available. And we now have a supply of weapons. Loggers have detected a container with unidentified cargo on the planet next to the Drakari beacon. Many kilometers around the zone are filled with huge... it's an assault squad. Expecting resistance, they disembark some distance away. Surround the beacon. Remind the soldiers that humankind is capable of fighting off even the most terrible Xenos threat, provided they find the inner strength not to yield to it. It's a cruel trap. Bring the beacon and the cargo containers aboard. Gaining pain grip. Melee attacks inflict bleeding. All bleeding effects inflict the wearer of the power of respect. It was just a cruel trick. Hop out. So now I need to forge away. I think I'm gonna head back to... Really could head out to Kranich. It's gotta be similar level number jumps anyway. So that goes Epsilon. Back to Mundus Valancius. And then forge a connection with Frozen Prince for making the path as safe as we can. Another watch aboard the void ship has come to an end. Lord Captain, having given his final orders for the day, retired to his chambers. Ah, yes. We have to fight some demons. Alone! But not alone. Me too. We got some rebel and a demonette out there. Do I have my gear? Ah, god damn it. Okay. I think I have the... Can I swap out? Nope. Okay, so before initiating combat, make sure to re-equip my actual gear. Let's see here. Six, 7, 9, 18. ore. To 23. Mars pattern shotgun would be pretty good. 35. $36 for Toby. Yeah. Shotgun is an offhand. Now we can start.
You will fall!
Oh nice, I get to start first. But everybody else gets their turn. You move up there. Fallen of the Unreal. Yeah, let's get some regeneration on me.
Give in to sensation! Embrace excess! Spurn and give in to sensation!
Emperor, protect me!
What's this? Just
This way! I can't stand it!
Now.
It's a good thing I got so much AoE stuff on me.
Emperor, protect me.
Emperor, protect me!
Ah, we got Avalon now. Huzzah. Who is indeed properly equipped? Yay. Okay, so... Running good and down. And Fable. Let's see, immediately heals to full. Overcharge. Who moved up here? Everyone slaughter some. Here, love that. Oh, but Abler. Oh my guy. Okay, so. Confidence brooch. The reckless rush. Let's get in there. Reckless thing. Spawn enemy on the day minute.
It will be done.
Charge in. Can't quite.
A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty.
Kick some lower deck.
I took care of this one. It will be done. At your beck and call. One fewer target.
And go against
No matter the cost. Follow my lead.
Make sure to threaten them.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Quick!
Don't touch me.
And Argenta! Hello, dear. You're just in time. Although, perhaps a bit late.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust. At your beck and call. My place is at the fore. I took care of this one. I will do my duty.
Stacks of versatility.
Indeed. Victory is imminent.
Wildfire.
At your beck and call.
And then Argenta can just gonna sneak up behind this guy.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Argenta's gun. We'll finish off the last guy.
God
Yes.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Join me in prayer.
Yeah, free stuff. I don't think there's going to be anything worthwhile, so let's just
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
go back to the Corona's expense map. We're here, chart for routes. A visit. What's going on there? Oh, more Prometheum. And a shop location. Speaking of shop extractions, not already yet. I should probably also repair some plasteel. See what's up with this thing. Bit more plasteel. And fuel? Nothing. Eh. Alright, on to the ice world then. Yeah. Shard of the Holy World. And immediately it traps.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Look, over there.
Failed. The Emperor favors me today.
Right, 100. Oh, also, I should make sure I got consumables in place. Real for you. So you go ahead and use.
I'm restless.
Large medkit.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Keep injury. Fragments of shiploading bear unholy symbols. This vessel was shot over the planet. Somebody was wrenched to bits. Those gun batteries are depleted. These people fought to the last breath. Hey look, a Chaos Marine! Just patrolling around, you know? Sure. Nope, not
Carry
alone.
the Emperor's will as your torch.
What ails you?
Select everybody and have them move in. Oh, there's a Terminator up there too.
The disgrace of Monarchia will be avenged.
Hellbrute, cultists. Ah, 2 Chaos Marines. Cool. Oh, you're not gonna have a good time. Let's go up there. Then right there. Heinrichs. Here. Stuff here. Cassia. Argento.
I'll do it.
Just tank. Just make sure you have Bolter.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Oh, there's multiple Marines. Yeah. Oh, it's also pouring the allies. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Let's go there.
Rejoice in battle!
Well, anyway.
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen! For you, my Emperor! This is why I was chosen!
Oh my.
Doubt is for the weak.
on fire. Get some good cover.
Guided by faith. Such is the will of chaos.
I'll channel my pain into anger.
Ow. Ow. The Emperor.
Let's see to it.
Shield of the Emperor.
Naturally.
What else was there? Make sure there's
I
nothing
won't
there.
object to it. For the throne's glory.
Charge in.
I won't object to it.
Automatic clear. Now let's have you fall back. So we'll heal you up.
Death to non-believers!
I bring ruin.
Just keep messing up the helper. Anyway, so.
Running binaric override.
Marine Halbert.
Request approved.
And what else? Can't see the other Marine. So I guess
Running
that
binaric override. Request approved. Running binaric override.
Shows for communion. Here's some shots.
Request approved. The Museion knows all, comprehends all. Request approved.
Cassie, how about you give me a turn?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'm a member.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
Anyway. Then take the launch.
Running binaric override.
Suppose we can
Computation fails.
Okay.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Was...
Replenish your powers to serve.
Engaged on there, maybe? And it did nothing. Okay.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, well, it's officially my turn. Activate. Moving forward. Put that. And this. Actually, I could free things, so might as well buff up after that.
I'm a member.
Charge. Take gas marine. Tip. Purchase some extra stuff. Move forward. Yes, good. There's a teeny tiny inventory. Move up there.
Explorers know one route.
Down to you.
Forward. My vow is to serve.
Utmost turn, yay. You stay there. Chill out. Brace for impact.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
Let's rush. Sword on
At your beck and call.
The strike.
Indeed. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. An exemplary strike. Grey hand, sure hand.
First
At your beck and
fire.
call. I will do my duty. Reduce to dust!
Damn. Adelard, you are a monster. I love it.
A tactically sound approach.
Boom.
One fewer target. For
Still
Von
superiority.
Valancius. Follow my lead. Reduce to dust.
And then Pascal's turn again. Here come Chaos Marine. Argent, so I can probably get a clear shot.
The enemies of the
Devastating
Emperor will
attack.
be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Swash, rapid fire, concentrated strike, concentrated fire, excuse me. Just absolutely
I'll do it.
remote.
This is why I was chosen! Lord Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I refuse. This is unacceptable.
Chaos guide. I took care of this one.
Right.
Let's see to it.
What do the Emperor got? Shield.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Reach over there. It's fine. Can't set him on fire.
I serve the ruinous powers. Death to the weak.
Go. Nice. Okay.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Spot. Otherwise the enemy.
Running binary override.
Here's some shot. And
Scriptural
gold.
prognosis is favorable. Running binary override. Vital functions successfully terminated.
I don't think you have any bounties left, so...
The Omnissiah condemns you. Request.
Just keep going.
I am a savant of destruction.
Nice. Museion. Can't quite reach.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Command. Reveal the
If I
lights.
may, I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Obstruct vision.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Oh, okay.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
Let's see. Pulpit is almost intact. It was no doubt fiercely defended. Nearby lies the body of the preacher. It was from here that he recited his last prayers. Some goods over here. Standard Lascaux.
I am satisfied with your performance for the maintenance rights on your equipment, although some of your prayers are unfamiliar to me.
They are rites performed by the Imperial Night pilots of my world. I must commend you on the delicacy with which you expressed your suspicion that I was deviating from dogma.
Improved armor platforms. Bodies defenders. Tearing Vengeance. Power X deals additional damage. Scaling with strength and toughness. First attack each round against a bleeding target restores 1 AP. But the wielder suffers 6 damage each turn. And Boots of Decay. Each time the wearer uses a major psychic power, all enemies in their line of sight lose 30% of their deflection until the start of the wearer's next turn. Yeah. Putting on those boots. Those guys. I really did those Chaos Marines dirty. There's nothing left. Yeah, a little bit of goods back here. Rampage. Alright, didn't I haven't been using all the stims with Abelard. I also just picked up some really good ones. Rampage. User's attacks do not count towards the attack limit until the end of the turn. Afterwards, the user is knocked unconscious. But that doesn't matter, because he has adaptive hemofilter. Yeah, I guess that's it. This one. Let's start bringing in Cabela. Man, almost cleaning up everything for the Emperor's Palm. Void ship depths, something or other. Yeah, Cabela, you can have your extra AP.
Retribution!
Say it?
Silence. Yes.
Abelard, what the hell? Gentle will be able to do some real damage. Pascal is there too.
An exemplary strike.
Second wind. Okay, so.
As honor ordains.
Blood, Dance of God.
I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Yeah, audience.
As honor ordains. I will not die in dishonor.
Corpses.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Plagued undead.
Trust me.
That's what you can do this turn. There. Damn. Okay. But first.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Let's rush. Pop with those.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Come on, Sigil Fire.
Faith without deeds is weakness.
And there's a few more. Okay.
Guided by faith. I am his will made manifest. I'll do it. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Eradicated. That is for the weak. I'll do it.
Reload in place.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Museion.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
High momentum.
You and I, attendant, will not falter.
Charge. Start vision here.
Now, do something!
That it?
Do you require an audience?
Brace yourself, Avalon!
That does appear to be it.
I will be your end.
This is more. Okay. That loads in decent position. Got a hold there. Quite a few of these people. Scale?
Running my lyrics override. My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Where are the ones up here?
Request approved. Desire condemns you.
Remains. Don't go area attack.
My competencies are not that universal. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
One fewer tongue.
Cassie's going to be able to do some pretty good cleanup there.
I took care of this one.
I am under your guard, and you are under mine.
Slip down here.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Vertical stair. Clear out 3 here.
Another third phase is left.
Oh, there's 2. Only.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed. Try to die with grace, at least. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Dance macabre.
Come, the other side awaits. As the tenants demand, killing brings me no pleasure. As honor ordained, death is a blessing. I shall not fail. Trust me. As the tenants demand.
Alright, Argenta.
Rejoice in battle!
Here, a couple more.
Right is a prayer.
One, two, and three. It's really good.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. I will not.
Dang. Its turn. Such is as it will be.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
If there's much
My vow is to serve.
My place is at the fort. One fewer target. I am at your service.
And we got a level. Nice. Is it finally over? Bunch of junk. And on vileness and salvation. Finally, to the Emperor's Palm. There we go. Unknown ships. Oh, it's got another one of those things. Rookship's void ship is facing several Eldari scout ships. The Xenos are in no hurry to attack, and teams will slow down. Move and carnage could ensue. Ask Irliet to help with negotiations. Her speech is met with a torrent of Eldari abuse. It's too much for even the rogue trader's elucidator. The Xenos agree, accuse her of betraying her kind by conspiring with the Monkey and unceremoniously cut the connection, yet their ships are no longer blocking the way. Yeah. Tiny little bit of plasteel. Still very little plasteel. Hey, Euphrates 2. I do not recall what's going on there. Argos have detected active combat operations in the orbit and on the surface of Euphrates 2. Tried to contact the explorators on the flagship of the Cognizance fleet coordinating the siege, but received a strongly worded demand not to interfere under threat of armed retaliation. Ignis, give me the details of the combatants. Squadrons, vessels from across the entire expanse. Among the latter, we were string vessels recruited by the Lord Inquisitor to defend the sector. They were opposed by the final Dawn scum led by the blasphemous traitors from the ranks of the Word Bearers. What's so important about Euphrates II? The Sacred Forge world has always been closed off from the lay people. I believe that was only at threat of having it utterly corrupted by the erroneous powers. The explorers begrudgingly accepted their profane allies setting foot in their blessed world. It was winning, detecting parity between the forces of both parties, employing conservative strategies with the aim of gradually achieving positional superiority. Tactical prognosis suggests that their impasse will persist for a while longer. Why are they refusing our aid? Reasonable wariness. Agent network at Cold Final Dawn spans the entire world, proven effectiveness time and time again. I presume the tech priests are afraid of letting a treacherous vessel into their combat ranks. Let's not interfere then. We can deal with that later. Fighting on the Void Ship Bridge this time. I really need more warp insight. Or net insight. And down there. There. Abelard, if you would. Cabela may join in as well. Escal, you take care of the stuff down there. Cassia, you work down there. I will work with Cassia. Argenta can work with you. Let's go. This is
running binaric override. Request approved.
If you would hunt down that prey, please.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binaric override. Observatorization denied.
And nothing more for me to do. Argents can move up here and start doing some stuff.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
Rush.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Fire.
I'll do it. Is a prayer. Eradicated. What is a prayer? None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Up a little below.
I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, eradicated. Doubt is for the weak.
Run and gun.
Strike is a prayer.
Revelance. And then try to get cover this all occupied oak.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
High momentum.
Allies. Captains.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. The shadow. Come, the other side awaits. Death comes in silence.
My faith strengthens me. Follow my lead. Onward!
Well, anyway, let's go ahead and
Be careful not to
stare
cross
them
my
down.
gaze. Witness the fury of House Orcelio.
Those bits.
You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
Alright, what to do with me? Demo engineer doesn't really matter. Then... So... Stop believing. See, shot fired with soldier. Second attack in return deals 11 more damage. Surroundings, fire up. Point blank. Demolition versus intelligence. I got 45 intelligence and my demolition is 50, so that would apply. Let's go for swift slaughter, I think. Got lower warp. So, awareness. It's for you. Training. Jardins, last unit, and the worries of movement. And great. So some extra dodge. Whatever the warrior hits with reckless strike. Guaranteed hit. Critical hit. Yes, please. And correct. Yeah. It's for you. Muzzle velocity. First hit, reach ranged. Oh, that'll be real good. Rifle and slaughter being a bit faster would be nice. And lower Imperium. Nothing navigator. Blood of martyrs. Now is affected by the officer's abilities, gain a bonus to all resistance tests. Yes. Awareness. Addiction protocols. Sniper expertise. Sharpshooter. Distance exposure. Exposure weakness is free to use. Exposed weakness is free to use. Tech use and logic. And then Kabila. Dance of Thorns. Blade in his hand would be pretty good. Already know whenever you kill an enemy, you gain 1 resolve until the end of combat. Yeah, feel no pain. Okay, awareness. There we go.
My visions showed this path, and many others.
Back to the Cronus Expanse map as I slowly inch my way north. Back to Municipal Valencius without any combat. Huzzah. Or not. Back to Lourdes. Not that way, this way.
Activating motive force reserves.
Don't you dare to cross us!
So you can go there, Bella. Here.
Yet I know no pain.
Hit Bella. So where's
I shall not fail. Trust me.
Yep, that is.
As the tenant, death is a blessing.
Okay. Done some cub.
The shadows will see it done.
Death spore. Swoop.
Caught by the web. I shall not. It brings me no pleasure. Come, the other side awaits.
High momentum.
Let's just go ahead and do a little zip-a-zip. Running go. Rolling slaughter. Move up there. Bird. And I guess get the shotgun ready.
High momentum.
Guess yeah.
Replenish your powers to serve.
Overcharge, construct vision over here.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
Let's see.
Now, do something!
Anyway. Over here, do this.
Taste the navigator's might!
Let's
Me?
go ahead and do a little.
If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
Of course. Good. Emergency, go ahead and move forward.
Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Yeah. Roll buff up.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright.
I'll do it.
Absolutely shred the turret. just to make sure it's not a problem.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. It will be done. Indeed.
All the movements.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call.
I'm getting targeted. Enemy.
I will do my duty. An exemplary strike.
Oh, hey.
Victory is imminent.
I can use stims on you.
That's not the Seneschal's job. A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
Just to get in there.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Reckless strike.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust. No matter the cost. Indeed. I took care of this one. Look no further.
There, that's done. Let's hope there's not more.
Oh, this master-crafted patella augment is not fit for a servitor.
An autogun and a stun grenade. And back into Mundus Valancius. Let's go back to the last chance of Cyrene. And Ignis. Corona. You know what? I'm gonna leave this for another stream. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching so far.